morning, guys, and good evening. Yeah, it's that time again, and we're about to continue where we actually left off in the story. Yes, wow. Welcome back, Soto.
おはようございます。顔を合わせるこの日常をずっと続けていきたいです。ハッピーエンドを迎えるまで私たちは諦めません。
It's really nice for her to actually greet us because it's going to be her turn to actually do the part of the story, and not to mention the story is going to be a bit more more intense, I guess. I don't know if I could hold myself back. That's the point, because I was nearly crying on the other parts of the story. And with this music, it's really very dramatic. Yeah, it's a new week and it's a new weekly reset. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, I'll just start with 2. And here. Oh darn. Okay. I'm gonna keep running on the bonus action. It's actually very helpful. +4. Okay, this is nice. There we go. +1. Then 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is fine. Bonus action. Then we do this again. On 1. We have 6, 2. That's good. 6, 2. There's... How about we go for this one? And yeah, I'll just battle it. Because why not? Oh. Well, welcome to the stream. You play PGR? Yes. Yes, I play PGR. It's fun. This game is fun. Yeah, it's, wait, what BB is your Lucia? That is a very good question. I forgot. I forgot my BP. I'll check it like real soon. Hold on. On a rank up. There you go. Right. Let's see. So my Lucy's BP is... yeah, there. 7,465. I still don't have her CB though, but she's fully built. At least double S though. It's actually pretty nifty. She's like currently my most powerful character currently, aside from like Crimson Weave. And also Lamia. My Lamia is also really powerful. Like insanely powerful. Because I believe my Lamia is already, she's already complete. Like everything. Except for the, you know, the copies. I still don't have multiple copies of her. But she's actually double S, I believe. How about that? Why don't you go back here? Get off. Oh no. Did it bug? There we go. Right. Okay, now we can go. Right, next storm. I love this button for completion. It makes things easier. There. Dispatch. And shop. And buy all these. There. Next. This one. Claim this. Talk to Lucia. And what else? Mail. And a little bit of resource gathering. We can just do this. It's gonna auto clear this. There, so I need Alice, Nightblade, and then we still have. I'm trying to complete everybody, like everybody. Sometimes I'm actually like puzzled, like which one should I go for? Should I go for Noctis or should I go for Fulgor, Yata? Who else? Right, we need Kamui as well. I haven't really touched Kamui. Wait, I haven't done his. Oh, I haven't done his auto battle. Might as well clear this. I left Kamui for so long. I'm just gonna be walking apart. All done. There we go. Now I can auto clear. And then we still have. Did we finish? Yeah, we finished Sophia. Eventual. So I'll do this. Ah. Oh, Radanek. How you doing? Okay, guess that's done. A gamer. Right, next Phantom Pain. Going for the ultimate zone. Oh, you got a slot in VCAT. Yeah, I read your DM for that one. Thanks for notifying. Should I go for... I think I'm gonna fight Ballard. Fire. Okay, just in time. Fire element.
この戦いグレーレーブンが先導し
わあ。Oh, he'd be dashing.
暁の光黎明のように貫け
Ow.
翼よ羽ばたけ当たれカラスバのように輝け黎明のように貫け紅の集中攻撃彼方まで超えゆけ集え暁の光
There we go.
進みましょう降りかかる苦難が全てなくなるまで
Yeah, it destroys Ballard and just... Could have been faster though. Could have defeated him faster. Hmm. Hmm.
集え暁の光私に任せてください翼よ羽ばたけ
There.
カラスバのように輝く黎明のように集中攻撃彼方まで超えゆけ集え暁の
Come
光
on. There.
カラスバのように輝く黎明のように貫け紅のように咲き乱れ集中攻撃彼方まで
Ballard's just standing. He can't do anything.
進みましょう
I guess the boss was like,
降りかかる苦
come
難
down
が
here
全
and
て
fight
な
like
く
a
なるまで
man. I'm Lucia. I'm not a man. Darn. Okay, one more. And then we'll do a 10 roll for the weapon. Not really for the weapon, but for the CB. Or actually for the weapon for an enemy, because I still don't have her weapon.
カラスバのように輝く黎明のように貫く私に任せてください集中攻撃彼方まで超えゆけ集え暁の光私に任せてください彼方まで超えゆけ
Oh, nice.
集え暁の光翼よ羽ばたけ黎明のように貫け紅のように咲き乱れろ彼方まで超えゆけ行け当たれ集え暁の光
There.
集中攻撃彼方まで超えゆけ
Oh dear.
進みましょう降りかかる苦難が全てなくなるまで
Dang, that song is just going hard. Right, we're done for this one. Next is Warzone. So I can finally do my 10 roll for Nanami's weapon. I really need her weapon. Oh frick, I'm demotion. Shadow Forest Cycle Fire. Oh, this is very convenient. Ah.
勝利こそが私たちの誓いです。
Let's go.
集え暁の光。当たれカラスバのように輝け黎明のように貫け。私に任せてください。彼方まで超えゆけ。集え暁の光。
Come on. Gotta go faster.
で私集中攻撃。紅のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。集え暁の光。私集中攻撃。彼方まで超えゆけ。
Okay. Imagine this is good.
行け。集え暁
Go
の
faster.
光。
That's what she said. Ew.
カラスバのように輝き黎明のように貫け。私集中攻撃。彼方まで
I gotta go faster.
超えゆけ。
Dang. Yes, I want it fast.
集え暁の光。集中攻撃。彼方まで超えゆけ。それ。集え
Bang.
暁
That
の
sudden
光。
pause.
カラスバのように輝き黎明のように貫け。私集中攻撃。彼方まで超えゆけ。それ当たれ集え暁の光。紅のように咲き乱れろ。
1, 2,
彼方まで超えゆけ。
10 seconds.
集え暁の光。紅のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。
There you go. I know you can do.
進みましょう。降りかかる苦難がすべてなくなるまで。
Aren't we all? Dang. Okay. This is fine. Okay, next. Shadow Forest. I can show off my Lamy here.
私が隊長。
Actually, I can probably replace her. Because since it's all about dark anyway, so.
これあなたが配置したの？本当にやるの？あんまり期待し
Can
な
I
いで。
replace her with you?
静かにしろ。泡のように消えろ。
Just one more. Almost there. Come on. Seconds. Oh. Ah, darn. I was gonna cast my signature move. Did you just rip my my buttons out? Darn. Yes, people are actually enjoying that friggin' redeem. Right. Going first place. Let's go. You really want me to get this off? Darn. But of course, you know, YouTube's TOS stuff, and can't really do that, like, remove the censorship. I'm gonna run out of buttons at this point. Point has been used wisely. Dang. Right, next events and you're gonna have to pay for this though. Wait, how many points do you have? Dang. Were you waiting for this day to actually spend all those things? Oh dear. What else? We've done those parts. I can do a 10 roll. I can do a 10 roll for her weapon.
I want milk.
Sure you do. Okay, let's try and do a 10 roll. Hopefully we're lucky for this. I just need her weapon. Ah, darn. Gosh darn it. That's unfortunate. Guess I still have one more roll for this one. Ah, it's just freaking darn. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess I still have like 10 more rolls. Wealth whale. It's okay, there'll be next week. And that's true. That is true. Okay. Let's see. Start trail. What else? It doesn't stun. Oh. Oh, right. S5. Switching to the shield axe and casting Meteor Doom. Busy with Cosmic Star Strike, and Star Shard Slash will activate all kitties. On double S automatically use kitty when exiting the battle. Oh! Oh, this is actually very useful. Yeah, I need to do her double S. She might be even better at that point. Okay, what else? And this is... Oh, still have one more for this one. I'm just gonna roll for it for the heck of it. Why not? And then... Oh, wait. How many stuff do we have? 100 points. Okay, this is fine. What else? We finished a couple of things. We're done with the simulacrums, I believe. And why is it glowing? I mean, I don't really need anything in here. Do I? Yeah, not necessarily. It's just parry. Trial stage is just titles. Froggy. Oh dear. Okay. Ah. How many points have you acquired for this? Dang, seems like you've been saving up. Oh dear. Ah. Investments? Dang. Good. There we go. Let's bring this down. Let's see. Blue. Dang, you have so much points. Glad you tuned in for so long. There you go. Right. Here. There. Dang. Oh dear. Choose a color, add 8 units to all cubes. That's fine. There we go. Next. Eh? Let's see. Add this one down here. People are claiming all of those redeems. Let's see. This one. Oh, Frank. I forgot to reset my stuff. Hold on. I think I messed up some of my codings. Give me a second. I forgot. Where's my freaking there it is. This one here. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Just had a minor issue. Where was I? Oh dear. Also, hi. Welcome to the stream. There. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this. Yeah, I think this is already a goner at this point. Darn. That's fine. Yes, more stuff to roll. Yeah, just one more and I can get this one too. Right. Guess that's pretty much everything. I guess we can start with the story. I'm bracing myself for this. Right, let's do this. Lost in an endless dream, the commandant of the Great Raven dreamed of his own death. Okay, I was not expecting this one, but... Before it all unfolds, here's a secret that Lucia would keep forever hidden. A secret or a lie? Dang. In truth, the moment she entered Constellia, her Pyroth frame received messages from the future. In those glimpses, she saw 9 different endings that would unfold after leaving Constellia.
Donation detected.
Oh.
Demir Traveler, thanks you for your support.
Oh. Thanks, Vice. That was why she remained so quiet all along, deliberately avoided deep mind connection, and constantly checked on the commandant's well-being through physical touch. Oh. Yeah, as a commandant, I would eventually figure this out. I would figure this out anyway. The future. At first, she refused to yield to those messages from the future. After meticulous analysis and careful contemplation, Lucy believed that if she could return to her original era, before the Inverterra Tower's complete collapse, none of these 9 features would come to pass. Yet Agent Zero staunchly opposed this notion. Much like the 74-time rewinds within the tower, looming disasters and shadows persistently entangled them both. Sometimes it was an overwhelming tide of Terra creatures, surging from all directions. Sometimes it was seemingly harmless traps that enticed them to investigate, only to suddenly spring into action without warning. Open terrain tended to shift and transform into mazes. And those mazes would suddenly collapse with deadly ambushes from all sides. Dang. It was as if this tower possessed its own consciousness, actively rejecting all intruders.
Here's to your travel.
Oh, thanks for the follow. Ace Key Slot. The only moment of peace came when they approached the Inverterra Tower's core, only under that blue radiance with Agent Zero's schemes would be momentarily subdued. Alpha Gaming. I'm done with Alpha. But DMC collab though. With Agent Zero's relentless presence and watchful eye fixated on Lucia, exploring the tower felt like entering a magic house where its master could alter everything at will, making progress utterly impossible. Even after they left the tower, this curse-like shadow has lingered, inexorably pushing her towards those 9 endings. In the first ending, she loses the ability to rewind time and falls victim to Agent Zero. A year subsequent to Constellia succumbing to the Red Tide, the Outer is breached, and the world is ultimately consumed by the Red Tide. Okay, that is the worst ending. The second ending, Chaos takes her place when she is unable to rewind time again, taking away her command, and what happens after remains unknown. She's actually stuck in the tower. Fine. In the third ending, she gives up on rewinding time and returns to Babylon with all intelligence and samples from the Inverterra Tower. However, she's continuously bombarded by chaotic information from various timelines an unknown corruption ultimately dying the moment she returns to the inverter tower. Ooh, that's not really good for Lucia. As a DMC enthusiast, I'm excited for it. Yes, I also played DMC 5 like a couple of weeks ago. Also, I just S-ranked my very Rosin today. And that's good. In the fourth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the commandant. However, Agent Zero seizes the Terra Tower's core during the battle, leaving nothing but a field of corpses drowning in blood, devoid of any survivors. In the fifth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the commandant and manages to melt down the Terra Tower's core before Agent Zero can destroy everything. However, you as a commandant choose to merge with Chaos to compensate for the consequences of the core's removal. In her attempt to stop this, Lucy is hurled into the rift by Vonnegut, and what happens after remains unknown. That's not even a pretty good ending. The sixth ending begins the same, but Agent Zero then finds an opportunity to strike back, dragging everyone into the rift before causing the Terra Tower to collapse. What happens after remains unknown. Yeah, that's not a really good ending either. In the seventh ending, after the core's meltdown, Lucy seems to spend endless years beside the rift of the Terra Tower, until she finally collapses from exhaustion, dying alone before the rift. Yeah, that's actually really sad. In the eighth ending, Lucy holds her ground before the rift of the Terra Tower until the very end, only to be blocked by Vonnegut on her way back. Exhausted from the endless battles, she can no longer fight back and dies outside the Terra Tower. Ew. The ninth ending, she holds on until that final moment, allowing it to safely escape the Terra Tower with the seized core. She bears every possible burden until her body, enveloped by the fog, crumbles into nothingness. What happens after remains unknown. Across those nine endings, the world's destiny undulates, intricately entwined with that of the commandant, and yet, for her alone, there exists not even a glimmer of hope for survival. She refused to surrender to these prophetic visions, but here she is, pushed by an invisible force, standing at the crossroads of faith. Should she forcefully rewind time now? None of those cryptic visions reveal a clear path forward. The road to these fragmented glimpses of tomorrow still needs to be discovered step by step. Is there really no other way? Yeah, I can sense the frustration rewinding time over and over. She stands alone before the rift, the place she and the commandant promised to reach together. Her hand clutches the nearly shattered and unresponsive key as despair and rage threaten to consume her heart. She cannot fall here. She can't give up now. Among those 9 endings, only one path hints at a possible solution to save you without destroying the core. I need to take all the data back to the original era first. Back there, she still has Babylonia, the other members of Grey Raven, the Science Council, and Gestalt. With everyone's strengths gathered, she will find a way to change things, find a solution, even if it still means her inevitable death. Oh, my face is tagging so hard. Ew. I won't give up, even if I have to break the very time that binds us. I will never give up. Yeah, be careful with your FPS though, especially if your PC couldn't handle it. Crossing the rift, she steps once more into this unfinished path home. Are you playing on PC or are you playing on a phone or an emulator? Over the rifts, where the red tide gathers, avoiding the anomalies born from the inverted Terra Tower's collapse. Past one location after another, each etched with memories of death and suffering, until the exit, once just within reach, finally appears once more. I'll be back for you soon, Commandant. However, at the very moment of crossing the exit, of leaving the terror tower. Mostly 120 FPS in peace, but sometimes crimson if the particles a bit too much beating. Dang. Long lines trace the streets and alleys, voids filled where light and shadow should be, as the faded scenery is now turned into withered paper. Standing before this incomprehensible scene, she's momentarily adrift, losing all sense of direction. What is this place? A space beyond Earth? The fog Vonnegut mentioned. A far too distant future? Or perhaps this is the present, shaped by the red tide within Constellia. Her grief-stricken heart plunges into the abyss once again. Hello? She calls out, but her voice is drowned out by the unknown, not even reaching her own ears. She attempts to propel herself to leap over this bizarre scenery, but her frame, like the key itself, remains unresponsive. In this stagnant landscape of unsolvable mysteries, she takes but a single step forward, and her fingers begin to turn pale. Another step, and her forearms dissolve into lines, matching the scenery. This is a world devoured by silence, devoid of any living being or energy, as if the third dimension itself has been stripped away, leaving nothing but a desolate, blank page. Oh! Have you actually touched one of my... Oh dear. That should be the void now, would it? Yeah, so... Just a brief lore, at least my lore. There's this what we call an abyssal zone. Exactly what she actually experienced. That's how it looks like. It's basically nothing, just a blank page. It's completely empty. In this endless expanse of nothingness, only the terror tower behind remains unaffected. She gazes once again at the cracked covered key in her hand, recalling the intelligence discovered in the inverter tower and those 9 features. Too much time has spent in Constellia. That quick and stable ending, once within such easy reach, is now forever closed off. Perhaps one path remains now, one that could save you and prevent the world from falling into doom. The 9th ending. It will be a relentless struggle, following the uncertainty, each step laden with the risk of dragging all into the unfathomable abyss. Even though she has steeled herself to bear all consequences alone, the lingering uncertainties and their hidden dangers still weigh heavily on her mind. But I can't wait any longer. Lisa tightens her grip on her sword's hilt and turns around once more. And so she returns to the inverter tower. After another grueling journey, she once again finds the agent standing near the blue core at its center. Her relentless fury is unleashed into a fierce battle where Lucis seizes Vonnegut's precious key and holds her blade against her throat. As I said, it's time to put an end to this far too long entanglement. She must obtain the time-rewinding item from Vonnegut, but before that, Lucian needs to use this opportunity to extract some information. I'm not the one who killed the commandant. You're one of them. She fires a near-mocking sneer directed at all those trapped in their predicament, herself included. Hello, big boss. I'm doing good. Just doing this story. Your plan all along was to have Cradle and me slaughter each other. You wanted to use this to separate me from the command, so you could carry out your plans without my interference. You don't interfere with my time rewinding. It was all just to keep Commandant alive long enough to prepare for fusion, so you could merge Commandant with Chaos. Unquenchable grief and rage guided her trembling blade into Chaos' neck, leaving a deep wound. What exactly did you do to the world outside? What did you tell Command? Why would Command suddenly ask me to help you? If you're referring to those rifts and the red tide outside, that's exactly what I'm trying to prevent. No, I'm talking about the world outside. Why is there nothing left but blank spaces and lines now? What did he say? Don't know? There's no sign of life out there anymore. Not even scenery, everything visible has been reduced to just outlines. Holy, almost level 82. 83, I mean. Oh. Well, that's good. Congratulations. The inverted tower's collapse is more severe than I estimated. Explain yourself. The blade sinks several millimeters deep within each fierce grind of her teeth. The red tide flows from the wound like blood, only to dissolve under the influence of the Omega Core. The inverted tower's collapse has caused massive displacement of its exits, even transporting you to another future, one frozen at the brink of doom. Another future? Indeed. Initially, only the bridge was connected to that future. With Agent Zero's continued influence over the inverted tower, it would be effortless for her to steer you away from your desired destination. Don't concern yourself too much with it. That future isn't yours to deal with. All you need to know is that the root cause of these problems lies in both the collapse of the inverted tower and Agent Zero, namely, Cradle. Cradle must destroy the inverted tower to counter their redundant core. That's the exact reason I am remaining here, to prevent Cradle from taking further actions. You must have already noticed two things: my hostile relationship with her, and how the Hetero Tower's exits lead to the wrong timelines. Oh. Okay, that is a really hard decision to make. Like, I'm stuck in between. Lucy has indeed noticed them long ago. At the final destination within the inverted towers lied the convergence of rifts and the red tide. Looks like this is the node we discovered earlier. Alright, I'll start gathering data. We're using Pirate's power to transfer data, absorbed from the punishing through the Omega Core into the drone, reconstructing it as a holographic projection. As I thought, it's them. When you escaped through that exit, did you reach the correct time? The doll bound with the egg-like chamber responded only with sense. Do you still think that was also my doing? I have but one goal, to make you become Agent Zero. As long as Agent Zero doesn't steal your will, you're free to use your obtained authority however you wish. Monica's projected figure knelt by the red tide where the rifts converged, tossing fragments of unknown composition into its depths. We'll establish a new interference point here. Though the corruption process will be lengthy, it's stable and secure enough. If this method fails, we'll have no choice but to take the riskier path. The more she uses the red tide, the more easily she'll consume this information, making the chains of humanity bind her further. When her attention is diverted by trivial matters and insignificant desires, the destruction of the inverted tower will slow down as well. Besides those messages sent to the past, most of what we found points to this. Monica is trying to interfere with the red tide. Maybe he's trying to stall Agent Zero. When he mentioned taking the riskier path, could he be referring to having you merge with that humanoid terror creature? Maybe, but there's something else that bothers me more. What did he mean by the reach the correct time? Could he be talking about sending messages to other times? Or the time one ends up after leaving the tower? There's a record we found earlier where Vonica said before the core, if the inverted tower continues to get destroyed like this, the times it can interfere with will become chaotic. It's possible. If that's the case, it'll affect us as well. Should we head back first? Yeah, whether it's running tests or gathering data, we've been in the tower long enough. Let's record this information and take some more samples of the red tide. We still don't know what exactly he tossed in there. Let's just bring these back for Asimov to analyze. Right. As the two of you work together on another round of searching and precise sampling, The key in the human's hand suddenly began to vibrate violently. The key vibrates with such intensity that it becomes impossible to hold, falling into the red tide and sending crimson droplets splashing into the air. Countless crimson threads emerge from it, wrapping around the key like a cocoon. Yuzu dashes forward, using Paradox's immunity to punishing to retrieve the key, now saturated with the potent dose of the punishing virus. Looks like the key has absorbed some kind of information. With a humming sound, the key finished absorbing the crimson threads and returned into its quiet state. Let's connect the key to the terminal and see what happens. Alright. Garbled text? Might be a more complex punishing language beyond the terminal's interpretation capabilities. Let's bring it back and save the headache for Asimov to deal with. Alright. Oh, and you should keep holding onto the key from here on. Something so important is safer in your hands. I found out you've been using the red tide corrupt cradle. So why do you still want Command to merge with Chaos? It's too late. The inverter tower is being destroyed at an alarming rate. It seems not everything goes according to your plans after all. There haven't always been many things that don't go my way. I've simply made it seem like they never happened through time rewind. But I didn't notice the existence of the fruit at the place where I first found Command. And in fact, it's proven effective. Cradle can no longer submerge all of Constellia. However, you still haven't given up on your plan to merge Command with Chaos, nor have you killed Cradle. What exactly are you still hesitating about? You've had numerous clashes with Agent Zero's vessel, so you must have noticed that she cannot be killed within the tower's bounds. However, her vessel, Cradle, has a weakness. Falcon turns to look at the blue core behind him. It's right here. She will die if she comes near the blue core. But you never followed through. You've been holding back all this time, and I even had a suspicion that when you pushed me, Command and her out of the inverter tower, it was more about protecting her than whatever excuse you gave about showing us something in the fog. In Constellia, it'll be easier to detect each other's positions and to see exactly what she's doing. Most importantly, Agent Zero won't vanish even if her vessel dies. To put it simply, Agent Zero is like a commandant of Babylonia. It's a position of authority and office, currently held by Cradle. If the current holder dies, the position will be transferred to the next vessel capable of bearing the duty. In this competition, Chaos Condition lacks the strength necessary to excel. It is unlikely that she will be the next vessel to hold Agent Zero. Should this position be assumed by an unfamiliar entity unfavorable to both humanity and myself, and given that we have explored all viable options here, the future of this world will become just like that other world you've witnessed. That world stripped of everything. Or like the world shown in the message from the future, one without command or a single trace of humanity. Even if we can't find a more suitable vessel than the incomplete Chaos to assume Agent Zero's role, and we end up leaving everything to her, her consciousness would struggle to cope. Gradually, she would lose herself, becoming just like the current Cradle, whose every action serves only Agent Zero's mission. That's why I need the Commandant's own consciousness to complete her. So because your attack creature isn't good enough, you're going to take Commandant's life to complete hers. This, above all else, is something Lucy can never accept. This is to prevent the catastrophe that Agent Zero would bring. What really happened back then? Did Commandant decide to help you because you gave them the explanation? That person only agreed to help after seeing how the inverter tower's destruction led to a reality even more brutal than the fate of Constellia. But you wouldn't believe that either, would you? Monica turns to Chaos, who has witnessed everything from the beginning. Both you and Luna are agents. Why can't either of you take Agent Zero's place? If humans didn't release the contaminating mimetic, Lunas might still have achieved that through destruction. The current Luna, however, cannot take Agent Zero's place, but is also barred from entering the tower altogether. The entry rules have been changed. Agent Zero's whereabouts remain unknown. Could she be connected to inverted Tower's anomalies? I tried to return to the past to give her a hint, asking her to destroy part of Gestalt before everything began to prevent Agent Zero from showing up entirely, but that would only drag her into a conflict with Babylonia. I presume you've made comparable attempts within the tower. None proved successful, and eventually you had to take the same action as I did, halting the transmission of messages. Command mentioned you appeared before Luna went to the inverted tower. What was that about? Lithos just told me you'd left, yet here you are. What's the matter? Forgot something? I sure do. When Vonnegut appeared that day, he seemed deep in thought, as if he'd already begun to act before finishing his contemplation. Forgot something, or was it about information from the inverted tower? Both are correct. Vonnegut looks at Chaos, her conscience still too frail to be used, leaving unsaid what or whom he had forgotten. After entering the inverted tower, I have spent far more time here than you. During this time, I've been trying to prevent Agent Zero from inciting uncontrollable turmoil further, while also attempting to persuade an uncooperative Chaos. Unfortunately, my efforts have yielded little fruit. We've all seen the consequence of these events. The terror zone has begun to expand rapidly, and now you claim you are trying to prevent a catastrophe. I'm trying to prevent things becoming uncontrollable. Vonnegut emphasized the final word with a particular weight. I won't deny my actions or the problems I have caused, nor will I justify the deaths and chaos as necessary sacrifice to prevent a greater catastrophe. I have my own vision of the future, my own personal desires, and on the path to that future, those uncontrollable things stand as my obstacle. What exactly is your vision? I wish to manipulate time without the Hetera Tower's constraints, with greater freedom. For this, Chaos must take over to Agent Zero's power and help me pass through the gateway completely. Meanwhile, I cannot allow Agent Zero to fulfill her mission. She would bring the problems from that other future, the world you've witnessed, right here. While I have the resources to extricate myself from the repercussions of her accomplished mission, I absolutely refuse to permit her triumph. Regard this as a personal vendetta between Agent Zero and myself. For these two purposes, I have been screening, experimenting, and searching to create someone capable of assuming Agent Zero's position, and aiding me in thwarting her mission's fulfillment. Is this explanation clear enough for you, Lucia? Release Chaos and make a deal with me instead. There are still too many unresolved issues in this tower. So that's it. She found it. At this moment, these words from Vonnegut marked the turning point leading to the 9th ending. If she can obtain Vonnegut, an item that allows her to rewind time again, there may be the chance to ensure the commandant's safety. If fortune smiles upon her, and everything goes as planned, every second during the long-standing struggle can be dedicated to where it truly counts. Then she can finally fulfill her wish to protect everything and everyone she holds dear, and when the end comes, face death without regret. Having Chaos become Agent Zero is the only way to resolve this catastrophe. I harbor no desire to witness the death of that commandant either. As for you, even if you kill both Chaos and me here, you won't solve anything. Without assistance, you won't even be able to navigate back to your own time. And your leverage is? In response to Lucy's deliberate question, the agent in black produced a peculiar-looking terminal. Your key is unusable because it has lost its operating energy, but the Omega Core in your frame, it originates from the same source as chaos. Of this, I am absolutely certain. Connect your frame to this terminal and the key will become operational again. Lucy responds with her silence, waiting for the agent before her to reveal the price of using it. It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. This is your real intention, isn't it? You've always wanted me to die first in those clashes so you could take command away alone. But it never went as you wished. Like it remains uncommunal. Do you have any other choices? Darn, this is actually like a really hard decision. Like, I can't even see any other options here. With her blade at the chaos throat, she approaches Vonnegut step by step. Only after taking the terminal from his hand does she release Chaos. Chaos, help her return to your original time and location. Perform a direct time rewind. Rewind here will only increase the deviation. Before I leave, I have one last question for you. Vonnegut, your explanations have been emphasized in catastrophe brought by Cradle, and Chaos' crucial role in subduing and replacing her. Yet you've never mentioned your part. What role are you playing? A spectator? A benefit reaper? What part do you really play in rewriting these disasters? Are you going to end up the same place again, Lucia? You ended up the same place again, Lucia. Her memories come rushing back to that fruitless battle. Her memories through the countless returns to the beginning and relentless attrition. She finally forces Vonnegut to deploy abilities beyond his force field. Killing me won't change anything. It will only reduce the assistance you can receive in the present. Indeed, killing you won't change anything until Agent Seer is dealt with. The command has made a decision. You should accept the outcome as it is. But I remember everything that's happened along the way. I know your guidance is filled with deception. The sacrifice and demand won't solve everything. In that case, I look forward to seeing you find a more perfect answer for those you care about. I will, and when that time comes, no, as soon as Agent Seer is dead, I'm coming to kill you. 9. It's nothing Deathloop, it's something just another tragedy like the one fell in Celia. So we're actually interacting in this one. Awakening from the blinding light, Lucia finds herself back in the underground tunnel of Concelia. Nearby, the petite doll is intently operating a device almost as tall as herself. And what are you doing? She suddenly points to the force field at the room's edge, beyond which numerous ethereal creatures found. Is this device generating the force field? Wasn't something Vonnegut created? The doll shakes her head and nods. What do you mean? Are you trying to say not just that? She nods, keeping her head down in silence. Is this a contingency measure? She nods again. Can you just speak? This is frustrating. Lucy can't hide the irritation between her brows. BPL, Seer 1. Except for matters concerning your command, I have nothing to say to you. 9. And the mention of the frame number she shares with Alpha, Lucia lets out a cold, derisive laugh. Fine, then tell me. Lucia tends her grip for the pirate katana and takes a menacing step towards the terror creature. So fragile figure. What actually happened that time? Why did Commander come back to the Inverter Tower with you and order me to assist Vonnegut? She must gather as much intel as possible, eliminating any potential oversights. Doll silently raises her head, her lifeless eyes staring ahead. Vonnegut looked at you when you mentioned it. Tell me. Cradle took that person out of the terror tower. After that, it was similar to Gonzalez's situation. After the inverted terror towers appeared again, many rifts showed up across the world. Just as how did the red tide surge into Gonzalia from underground, those rifts brought the red tide into other places as well. I wanted to bring that command back to the inverted terror tower, but instead saw an endless cycle of death. She finds herself unable to continue. After its long silence, the doll decides to cut out a piece of punishing made tissue from her chest and toss it to Lucia from a distance. You want me to see it for myself? You should be able to see some of it. Lucia silently gazed into the terror creature's tissue in her hand for a moment before finally crushing it to her palm. The Phantom Tracer activates at its user's command, unveiling the memories stored within the punishing tissue one by one. There chaos perspective in the memory data. Lucia sees Cradle trailing behind. Commandant, we're almost at the exit. We can finally go back. Feels like we've been here forever. Yeah, once we're back, I'll make sure you get a few days of proper rest. At that moment, Lucia failed to notice Cradle lurking among the terror creatures. Once you've recovered, she never even noticed when Cradle made her move. Commandant? Was she careless? No, that's impossible. Was it because Cradle used her unfamiliarity with her own territory to prepare everything far too perfectly? Whatever the case, when Lucia turned around, there was no one behind her anymore. Commandant! Unlike Lucia, who had doubled back to search, Chaos spotted the traces left behind by the red butterflies. She realized that Cradle planned to use this irreversible separation as a chance to permanently eliminate the commandant, ensuring Vonnegut could never complete chaos. Though she disagreed with Vonnegut's plans, she didn't want the commandant to die here either. And so Chaos rushed forward in pursuit, stepped into the chaotic, never-ending cycle of death. Well, this is gonna be something. Oh dear.
こっちに突っ込んできやがるクソったれの証しをめクソったれ異合生物がよ
早く起きて赤潮が来ちゃう
Oh dear. Oh. Yeah, better. Fine. Switching. There. Ah.
まさに九死に一生だな
That was a close
ここ
call.
で少し休憩し
Catch
て
your
ろ
breath, Hula.
空中庭園に連絡するずっと探してた指揮官がなぜかいるってなんだよ通信不能だと他の方法は
Oh, hello, Kvatch Guard. Yes, welcome to the stream, by the way. Hmm.
Hmm? どうした
Never enemy.
まだ復旧しないのか
So can't fix the
そうだ
comms.
ないっそ空中庭園の拠点へ行くか道中ちょっと危ないけど
Oh. Can we return to Babylonia or go back to the Terror Tower to solve this problem?
つながった西側の拠点なら行けるそうだ
よし行くぞおかしいだろなんで集中砲火を浴びてるんだ
Oh dear.
拠点から増援が来る
Oh, I'm getting corrupted. This is bad.
化け物だらけだ空間に亀裂だと
化け物どもはここから
Darn. Guess this is the part where I actually died. Oh no. Hmm. Happened just now. I don't know where I was. Where am I? Power armor rebooting. Receiving.
指揮官
Treatment
大丈
from
夫で
Liv.
すか気分が悪いなどはありませんか
指揮官
Darn. I'm right. What date is it?
5月3日です
We've
指揮
been
官
missing
が
far
行
more
方
than a
不明にな
month
って
before we finally
1
detected
ヶ
your
月以
signal.
上経っています
I was
ようや
missing
く
for
シ
more
グナ
than a
ルを
month?
探知できたんです
Darn. I'm living through this same day again.
どういう意味です
What are you talking about? Alright, this is your sword.
そうです
Find it in the red
こ
tide
の
nearby.
刀
Why do you have
付
Lucy's
近
sword
の
with me?
証をお忘れですか
But you were right after the red tower
赤い
tower
移住
appeared.
強盗の
Lucy
出
gave you
現
her
後
sword for protection.
ルシアが自衛
Where's
用
Lucia?
にと別のエリアで指揮官を
あ
捜
darn
索中ですもう連絡しましたから
See
すぐ合
katana
流できるはず
tutorial.
です私たちも行きましょう
Have I used the katana before? I actually want to see this. Okay, so sword attack tutorial and base attack combo. Oh! Okay. I see. Okay. Alright, I guess I can do this. Let's do this. Yes, I am Lucia now.
気をつけてくださいまた裂け目が
Okay. Another
そ
one?
れもお忘れにこの裂け目は毎回移住強盗と出現する警戒対象です
Whoa, this command is just, whoa, look at this. I'm Lucia now. I can do sword waves. Look at that. What the? Since when did I actually, can I actually do this? I'm performing like the actual Lucia. Dang. You galactic Tekiwakura? Dang. Okay. Hello, Snail. Welcome to the stream. Dang.
こちらの造園
Where's the music?
Yeah.
It's
罠
trapped.
です
Oh, darn. Yeah, those are not just any red tides. Those things are... What the? Wait, why do they have abilities like... Hey? That was Alpha's, and then Lucia's, and then in the ending, like the big stash there, kind of looks like Alien's charge attack, like the physical frame, the old one. Yeah, this is definitely alpha. Look at that. I can do alpha's style now. Right. There.
Severe trouble.
Right. It's clean.
Viewer has described
By that station, I ended up surprised as well. Dang. Yeah.
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
There we go. Also, thanks for the follow, by the way, Ruby Nightshade. Ah,
大丈夫です。あの蝶は危険です。警戒を。この異合生物と裂け目も追跡しているようで
how are
す。指揮
you?
官、輸送機はこの先で
I'm
す。
doing good.
早く。
Thanks for asking. Oh dear. Hi? Darn. Did you just break my neck?
彼女が願ったのです。では、代わりに一度死んでもらいます。
Oh darn. I got my neck broken. I know. Cradle is really annoying. Darn. And then I came back here again, I guess. Oh wait, it's different. Eh? Hmm? Well, this is pretty linear. That's chaos. Ah. Oh, I just withered away. Or did I actually combine her? Oh dear. Dang. That was something. Birth of planets. In the eyes of the gate, Earth's civilization is just but a flawed system ready to be reaped and reclaimed. Hmm? As bodies disintegrate in the high concentration of punishing, a white light engulfs everything, every living silhouette. This marks the end of the information Lucia can process. However, your dream was not over yet. The vision continued to extend, and this dream remained invisible to all but the dreamer. Who are you? The eyes of the nightmare fell upon a woman in a white cloak, and she too became aware of the eyes. I say, you're still in the dream, unable to control where your eyes wander. Then let us watch this together. Follow your gaze, the eyes witness countless corpses paving a long path ahead. From above, the scene unfolded beneath. Countless threads raced through the streets, frantically carrying countless crimson fragments as they plunged into a bottomless pit of despair. The threads, bearing the essence of Earth's lives and civilization, converge and weave themselves into an expanding cocoon. This planet, too, is ready to hatch. Her words rang with familiarity as if heard somewhere before. No miracles have happened here either. She gazed at the pupa, enclosed within a massive cocoon. It was feeding on the corpses, utilizing the threads and information within to reconstruct its form. As it grew, the world gradually lost its shape. The consciousness drifted further away from the ground as it dissolved into nothingness, and her form became increasingly indistinct. As gravity waned, all sorrows ascended, enveloping everything in the denial of liberation, or peace for any soul. The ground became unreachable below, while the sea of stars still hung overhead beyond touch. No salvation, no miracles. Everything once alive would be converted to data and becoming part of the cocoon. Oh? Looks like this isn't the true ending. A smile graced her lips and she pointed to the cracking cocoon. Someone has escaped. Its purpose is to harvest, to eliminate incorrect civilizations and bring all their data back to the gate. Of course, that what's correct or not, is defined by its test. Defeating it earns the right to cross the gateway. Though whether one can pass through it intact is another matter entirely. Yes, this is its test. Once mastered, it becomes a ticket to the Sea of Stars. People here call it the Chaos Contamination. If a miracle does occur, I will come to this planet. Let's meet again when the time comes. Opening my eyes once more, the person returned to the inverted tower under Kay's gaze. Memories of the reality and dreams blur into chaos under the influence of deaths and time rewind. The human's body felt as if crucified on gallows known as May 3rd, being torn apart piece by piece. What exactly is this cycle of death I've experienced? A piercing ring tore through the human skull, merging with the splitting headache as the figure fought to steady the swaying body. Simulation. Reality? Dream? Reality. The reality that is constantly shifting and deteriorating with the collapsing inverted tower. Is Cradle behind all of this? It's Agent Zero. Cradle's body and personality are intact, in fact, working against her. Her consciousness and sense of self are unstable, so she's defeating toward Agent Zero's persona. Chaos gives her a nod. What has Vonnegut been doing in the inverted tower all this time? The Heterotower's core can't let Agent Zero revert to its original state. The core, the key. Human keys dropped to its hands, recalling something precious once held by them. With an activated invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the inverted tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. This should only be used as the last resort. What problems would arise if the tower were to lose its core? Things uncontrollable. Both Agent Zero and the key would lose control of the tower, releasing all the problems. It's like a freaking Pandora's box. The inverted tower would no longer invert anything it currently shields. The red tide, the rifts. Meanwhile, anyone could enter the tower with no guarantee of which time they might exit into when they leave. Complete chaos. If everything fell apart like that, what's even the point of retrieving the core? With all the problems now, if this continues, then Agent Zero will cause the same outcome as a core meltdown. Or maybe something even worse. So that's why retrieving the core is the last resort. One more thing. I know once the core is retrieved, humanity will gain a crucial bargaining chip. If you can complete that, remain unfinished during Dominic's attempt to melt down the core. You know about that? Chaos appeared, someone taking it back, lowering her head in contemplation. Can you? I trust in Asimov's abilities. It's just that I don't know how long it will take, and how many more lives will be claimed by the disaster that ensues. It's like the Pandora's box. I knew it. It's like a freaking Pandora's box. I was right. Reaching for that last flicker of hope necessitates during the catastrophe unleashes. Yeah, this is gonna be really hard to do, or hard to decide on what to do next. I mean, Lucia is also having problems in deciding as well, because pretty much everything goes like, everything is just going to the bad ending. If that happens, all my nightmares will become reality. All 3 members of Raven will leave me. Yeah, that's one of the many nightmares. In the end, I'll be left alone. Just like that inevitable ending. To sidestep this path, to avoid the weight of an impossible choice, only one safe option remained. Delay everything and keep both the inverted tower and the core safe. Even if the tower's problems remain unresolved, the delay would buy time to search for a solution. Is there any way to stop Agent Zero from destroying the inverted tower? Let me become Agent Zero. She kept the rest to herself, not mentioning that it would require another sacrifice. Or if you give me the retrieve core, I can take over Agent Zero's authority. Even though with my conscious stability, I won't last long, just like Cradle. Is there any other choice? If we had more time to try things out, maybe there could be another way. Chaos. She quietly lifted her lifeless eyes, waiting for you to ask the next question, and yet she was only met with silence. Both the human and the doll, standing here, knew that this silence carried the weight of countless failures and an inescapable dead end. Through futile attempts and years of torment, the Terror Tower acted as scissors, cutting down those who dared to tamper with time. Perhaps there really was no other way. This treacherous path led to an interminable cliff. Only sacrifice could carry them forward. Chaos. Calling out him once more, he turned with a bitter smile to face this terror creature. What does it feel like to be a terror creature? The only answer to this question was an even longer silence. Yeah, that's... darn. Even I will be really puzzled to actually answer this question. Darn. Just as Lucius went, you turned to the path of sacrifice for the very same reason. To prevent your sacrifice, every single step from here on must be calculated with utmost precision. To disappear without letting me know again. She whispers this plea in a soft voice, even knowing she herself will soon embrace this very word. Next, melting down the core may have long become inevitable. Even if I could bring the retrieved core back to the original era, maybe, with everyone's help, there could still be a way. Then everything she has done would not be in vain. But are they even safe anymore? During the endless cycle of a massacre on May 3rd, the commander had already witnessed the deaths of Liv and Lee. Something that happened not even in the future, but in the past. As long as Agent Zero lives, she will ensure suffering follows you like a haunting shadow, never ceasing until the end. To deal with Agent Zero once and for all, Chaos must take over her role. For one incomplete Chaos to become Agent Zero, the core must be destroyed first. It's almost a dead loop, impossible to break. Since entering Constellia, the only progress seems to be created being held back by the fruit. She tightens her grip on the terminal that Vonnegut gave her, weighing her options. It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. How many times would it take to exceed her limits? Even if she had asked Vonnegut, he wouldn't answer. Best treat this as a one-time chance. One misstep could spell her demise. In the never-ending battle looming ahead. Well then... A plan gradually takes shape in her mind. Chaos. I I remember you've always been in contact with Rose. It was the same when we first met you in Constellia. Are you trying to protect her? To keep her safe, you have to get out of Constellia. I can do this, not just for her, but for everyone trapped in Constellia. I can help them all return to the normal world, but I need your help with 2 things. First, open an exit in Constellia's force field to let them escape, while holding back the red tide. Second, once we're inside the inverted tower, can you help us return to the correct time like you're doing now? Is it impossible, or you just can't guarantee it? I can't guarantee it. The inverted tower's deterioration runs deep, but I'll do what I can. Can you keep the time displacement within 1 month? 1 year. If the inverted tower's condition is no longer severe, 1 year. Time is running out. Agent 01 stopped destroying the inverted tower, and Lucius knows all too well that she has few options left. Funny gut. I'll make use of your plan after all. She holds up the clearly shaped terminal, carefully inspecting the connection device with her frame's scanning module before linking it to her frame. The connection is swiftly established. Despite encountering intermittent disruptions in energy transfer, the affordable nature of trial and error ensures that the key soon reverts to its initial state. Beneath the newfound radiance, all the cracks appear concealed, and yet she wonders how long this fragile facade can uphold its guise. Let's face it, Commandant. I'll use the method you taught me, toward death, for the same goal. Lisa murmurs to herself. Chaos seems to sense a shift in the air. She watches Lucy complete the terminal setup step by step, a desire to speak tugging at her, yet she only bows her head eventually, words caught in her throat. What were you going to say? Still, her head bowed, fixes her gaze on the spot in the distance ahead. Just spit it out. That core, was it made from the egg that Lamia took? The second key activates within the inverted tower's bounds. Time begins to flow once more. Just everything is about to rewind to the beginning. Lucy notices something peculiar about the doll. I've heard that the terror creatures are capable of holding complete conversations, all retain a relatively intact human consciousness within them. Whose consciousness is inside you? Lucy's question is met with a prolonged silence. This isn't meant to be an interrogation. Lucy harbors no desire to extract such trivial information. She accepts Chaos Sans and begins counting down the remaining moments in her mind. Just as the countdown reaches 0, at the very moment before everything rewinds, the doll finally speaks in a voice weighted like a lament. I forgot. All I remember is that my name is Chaos. Until the sun rises, please call my name as I once did, over and over again. The 76th time rewind and third entry into Constellia. Soft light. Dawn gently sweeps aside the veil of night at the city's periphery, casting its gentle glow across the heavens. In silence, Constellia ushers in the new year. You have been sleeping for 12 hours and still shows no sign of waking. Can this be the effect of damage key? Lucia's brow furrows as she fights to contain her growing anxiety. Once again, she reaches out to check your breathing, then takes the risk to feel for a pulse. The normal vital signs ease her anxiety for a brief moment, but soon enough, her worry drives her to check them all over again. Something seems to have snapped within her mind, like a broken string. As the key depletes, that broken string tightens around her neck like a noose, threatening to snap her seemingly calm composure. If you, as her commander, never wake up, what purpose does anything serve? This solitary, helpless exploration has gone on for far too long, with the two of them constantly entangled in endless obstacles. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees those blood-stained paths as clear as day. She might be losing her grip and rationality, but she has to stay composed. Taking a deep breath through her simulated respiratory system, Liz's mind drifts to the memory of standing in Grey Raven's lounge before their departure. Back then, Lee would always stand sadly by the window, and tremblingly. It's nothing, just a feeling I can't quite explain. About the inverter tower? Feels like I forgot something that happened in the tower because of a certain choice I made. If this is the decision that brings you back safely, then it isn't wrong. Brought me back safely. In this tower that has long since become the enemy's trap, every step forward is paved with death and blood. Feeling the coldness in those human fingertips, Lucia takes the hands into hers, hoping the warmth from her pyro flame would seep into human skin and chase away the chill of that long, cold nightmare. Such a small gesture is all she can do right now, and for that very reason, her heart grows heavier still. The strain from operating her frame weighs heavily upon her. Employing Vonnegut's terminal for time rewind has undeniably added to her load. There's only one shot. If she fails this time, demanding strain would only further restrict her movements in the future operations, limiting her ability to act freely. Commandant, is this all that's left for us? She absolutely cannot let the same mistake repeat itself. She can't bear suffer such partings again, nor does she let you go through that pain once more. Her heart has long riddled with scars, a patchwork of countless pieces torn apart and stitched back together. Yet when it comes to you and your shared dreams, she refuses to grow numb, to turn cold, to accept things as they are. Commandant. Her whispers drift through the air, echoing the silence. The half-closed door creaks as a girl carefully knocks in it. Lucia? Lucia looks up to see Rose hanging there. Come on in. The girl tiptoes into the room and she sits in the chair Lucia has pulled out for her. She steals a glance at the sleeping commandant, worry spread across her face. Don't worry, the commandant is fine, just getting some rest. Lucy hears her own voice speak these words, both intended for others and a self-assurance whispered to herself. What's wrong? You and her sister have gathered everyone here as you asked. Some didn't want to climb the stairs and stay downstairs. The rest are waiting outside the infirmary. Great, let's wait until the afternoon. We'll head out then, whether commandant is awake or not. Well... Lucy tilts her head to look at Lucia, lost in thought for a moment. What's wrong? Nika is outside the infirmary too, but she keeps her head down and won't talk to her sister. Why is that? Did she miss her sister a lot? Then why won't she speak now that they're not there together? Sometimes when you have a lot on your mind, you also have many concerns. It can be hard to figure out where to start. Does that happen to you too? Lucia. Yes, I feel like that sometimes too. She nods firmly. Oh right, I met Chaos in the garden downstairs. She gave me a force field device to set up below to protect those who didn't want to come up. But she said if the device gets damaged, the force field will fail immediately. It won't last very long. You set it up yourself? Yeah, Chaos taught me how to do it. She said people would be scared if they saw her. You really do have a talent for this, Rose. As expected of a future Science Council member, Lucy keeps those last words to herself as some faces of Project Winter's victims stare back at her from her memories. In the future, Rose is destined to give her life to Project Winter, leaving behind only her daughter, Rosa. And this bright, gentle child before her is fated to grow up and walk a path that only seems unknown yet. has already been chanted for her. Words of guidance and defiance catch in Lucy's throat before the unstoppable wheel of faith. All struggles seemed so futile. After countless attempts to change the past, and enduring countless fruitless cycles, Lucy raised her increasingly heavier hand to tenderly pat Rose's head. After you leave Concelia, be careful with those robots. They're dangerous. Have other players gone through similar things to Concelia? Yes, that's why you have to keep yourself safe. I will. The girl nods, a smile showing up on her face. I hope I can find Lithos. Lucia wants to say something, to tell her certain truths, to offer warnings, but the price of changing the past looms too ambiguous and burdensome for her to take such a gamble. Come on then. She suddenly tightens her grip on the hand in her palm. Ow, 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 ow. Are you alright? Immediately reads her grip, but unsure that what to do with her hands now, she leaves them suspended awkwardly in the air. Well, as consciousness slowly returns, you find your throat too hoarse to speak. The searing agony in your temples seemed to have on the verge of cleaving your skull apart. Lucia gently takes her cold hands into hers once more, her warmth chasing away the lingering chill of nightmares. What time is it? 8 a.m. on January 1st, 2161. The sun's already out. I slept for almost a day? Your brain slowly processes signals from your body, every sensation so dull that time itself seems to stretch. You struggle to form words as something viscous trickles from your nose, oozing over your cracked lips. The metallic taste of blood spread through your mouth. Oh dear. Lynne supports her chin with one hand while the other to roll up a sterilized cotton ball, carefully insert into your nostril to stop the bleeding. Alright, now tilt your head down. Liv said, as if starting to remember something, she immediately reaches out to pinch your nose. She said to hold like this for a few minutes. Now, lean back against the bed and rest for a while longer. Take it easy. I've taken care of most things. We still have time. Sure. Then a wave of headache strikes as those lingering nightmares creep in, flooding your vision with countless twisted, chaotic hallucinations. What the? Seriously, in this dramatic moment? Fine. Here. Are there any painkillers? Yes, I found some. Watching Lucius methodically administer first aid to the commandant, Rose steps back to give them space. Her eyes dart between the construct and the commandant before she quietly retreats behind the door. With a gentle smile and wave to Lucia, she closes the infirmary door, leaving the two of them alone. Here you go. You saw the painkiller she brought with water, the metallic taste of blood still lingering in your throat. After resting on the infirmary bed for a moment, the pain slowly begins to subside. Better now? I feel much better. Turning your head, you finally notice that Lucy has been holding your hand this entire time. Is she worried about something? I'm right. You brush your thumb over her hand that's holding yours, and Lucia's expression finally softens a little. I had a very long dream. I saw you, Vonnegut, and remembered things I'd forgotten when we just got to Concelia. Liv and Lee, back in the day. Don't worry, you went through a time rewind after leaving the inverted tower. Lee and Liv should still be fine. Phew. I saw Lee in my dream too. I dreamed about what he went through in the inverted tower. I finally understand why he kept staring at the tower back then, looking so troubled. Maybe he had already sensed change star and wanted to come along with us. Yeah, then let's go back soon. No one mentions the price of return, nor speaks of their silently chosen death. What's the status of the key? This is our last chance. A final chance that requires sacrificing her. And just her alone. She keeps the truth to herself, while you, stirred by a faint premonition from your dreams, choose not to delve further with questions. Then we must make it back in time, this time, no matter the cost. So, she begins to report amid the facade of peace. This time, there's no trace of red tide at all. The streets are clean. I suspect Agent Zero, let's just call her Cradle. The memories associated with that name might help disrupt her more. Alright, I suspect that Cradle is under stronger suppression this time than before. She no longer has the power to corrupt the streets. This is our chance. I want to rescue the people trapped here first. Especially since there are people we know here, like Chica and Rose. If we don't get them back to their own time, it can severely impact the future. Indeed. Tell Lucy about the dream where Chico's gone. Both the Purifying Force and Terror Tower. Even though it was just a dream, many of your dreams have already aligned with reality. Instead of brushing them off as just dreams, I think they're more like the influence of the inverted Terror Tower. Just as I thought. Just as I once transmitted messages to my other self through the inverted Terror Tower. Lee had similar experiences. Though, back then none of us understood what he was going through. I think this is also part of why Chaos is so concerned about Rose. Is she worried about this, how this might affect the future? Yep. Yeah, same goes for everyone else. Helping them helps us too. But isn't Vonnegut's force field that's keeping everyone trapped? I found Chaos. She agreed to help temporarily disable the force field. She agreed. Well, I guess that makes sense since Great Island can no longer cause catastrophic disasters. Temporarily opening an exit won't pose much risk. Commandant. Hearing this, Lucia's expression goes more sullen. So, why do you trust a terror creature so much? Disregarding the likely tortures underwater nightmare, you chose to work with Chaos. Because this might be the path of Lee's sacrifice. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. I still remember this part. What would Lucy think if she knew you were preparing for your own sacrifice? Is it because you think this will cause Lee's sacrifice? Even unspoken, she has still noticed your intention. Let's get back together, okay? This is her first time telling a lie. A promise she knows she cannot keep. Yeah, let's keep fighting until the very last moment. The very last moment. Grasping the implication hidden in those words, Lucia falls silent. What about you? How are you doing? Me? Of course I'm fine. Her weariness and knees suddenly sweep through her facade, betray her efforts to hide them. Pose the question once more. Are you really alright? And she would merely force a smile, insisting that everything is indeed fine. Oh, by the way, after coming here yesterday afternoon, I've addressed each of the issues you pointed out. Let's go over where we can stand now. She always maintains this composed facade until problems are resolved, using her methodical nature to mask the wounds of the lie that lie beneath. Sure. Rose, the mercenaries, and the staff are all fine. I mediated their conflicts right now and had them call back the people exploring the underground parking lot ahead of time. Just like when you convinced Mona, the staff supervisor, last time I've managed to persuade her to give me the elevator access card. She takes out the access card and shows it to you. After that, I reached out to Chico, and together we convinced Chico as well as Darcy and Barley, who were with her. They've gone to gather the employees heading in the other areas. They should be back by now. However, their conflicts weren't built in a day, and my words alone wouldn't resolve them. For now, we're just working together towards a common goal. As she speaks, Lucy's hands remain firmly clasped to yours. Is there anything else troubling you, Command? I'll get it right on it. I've been carrying me with you the whole time while doing all of this. Yes, I was worried Cradle might appear suddenly, so I kept holding on to you in the same position we used during flight tests. Sorry, that was having you uncomfortable, but after confirming Cradle's capabilities, I've mostly been in the infirmary since late that night. It didn't last too. I'll pat her head. There we go. Liz got over when her words are enjoyed by her sudden gesture, but she quickly understands both the warmth you're conveying and the sorrow hidden within. After experiencing 76 time rewinds in such helpless isolation, any comfort that words can offer has become hollow. In her overwhelming anxiety, she has grown accustomed to confirming your safety through physical touch, and in turn, you have learned to mend her scarred heart the same way. As I wanted to say, thank you, Commander, for always being there for me, and always letting me stay by your side. The winter wind seeps through the half-open window of the infirmary, bringing with it unbroken chilling cold. She pulls the blanket over, itching near. In the distance, the clamor of crowds echoes in your ears. People arguing about recent conflicts and the plans about departure, their voices tinged with joy or sorrow. In this firm embrace, the two of you share the silence here, one prepared for sacrifice, the other knowing death was certain from the very beginning. Yet neither speaks of it. They exchange silent glances, offering solace to this shared embrace, as though striving to etch every word unspoken on each other's souls. Her silent chest yearns for the beating of the human heart, while all the reluctance to part and desperate longing are swallowed down. This shouldn't be the end. Sure. Now, let's go over everything since we started. Just in case my memory fails again. Sure. Let's begin. My frame replacement was completed on March 30th, and we entered the invert tower on October 3rd. During this period, aside from regular test missions, we noticed that both Red Tide and Terror Zone were spreading much faster than before, and their patterns of expansion had become unpredictable. According to the intelligence gathered inside the inverter tower, we speculated that the unpredictable surge of Red Tide might be caused by the tower. Correct. On October 3rd, we entered the inverter tower to investigate. Our path was constantly hindered by the terror creatures, both making both our investigation and attempts to alter the past rather difficult. Vonnegut acted multiple times, attempting to merge with you in chaos, and for that purpose, he made you die many times. At the mention of these still fresh wounds, Lucy's voice begins to tremble. All of it was to ensure Chaos had sufficient consciousness, its ability to take over Agent Zero's authority, and to suppress Agent Zero's original will. At the time none of us realized the truth, or were in any state to listen to Vonnegut's explanations. We tried to return to our original era, but the collapse of the inverter tower and Krail's sneak attack dragged me to the past instead, which was 1 month after April Fool's Day. After returning, you seemed convinced that merging with Chaos was the only solution. Stopped me from finding both Vonnegut and Cradle in the inverter tower, and instead had me assist Vonnegut in dealing with Cradle. But Vonnegut was right about Cradle being killed at that time point. Yes, because Chaos wasn't ready to take over Agent Zero's authority. To buy time and extract himself from this 3-week conflict, Vonnegut used the inverter tower's core and his key to expel us from the tower and cast us into his era. The collapse of the inverter tower delays us by 10 days. Cradle arrived earlier and had already made preparations in the city, inciting some civilians to obstruct our way. The first time we came to the inverter tower, I was killed by Yuko, probably having been cursed by Cradle. Lucia lowers her gaze and slowly nods. After her death, Cradle hastily disengaged from her battle, as if she couldn't wait to get away. After that, the red tide began to recede, no longer flowing to sea, and then I found out the existence of fruit. What exactly is it? Kat said it's some kind of a turkey that looks like a heart. Seemed to be something Vonnegut created. For Cradle, it's more like mind fusion, or maybe mind corruption. So he ate the fruit and used herself as a bait to lure Cradle, essentially poisoning her. As far as the results go, my gamble paid off. The second time, we convinced some people here and obtained an elevator access card. Her voice is now barely a whisper, as if drained of all of its strength. Even in things ended badly, we still managed to find a way in, and we confirmed the Cradle can indeed be restrained by the fruit. Good, my memories are clear. Things will work out for sure this time. Bearing your weight on the bed's edge, you hoist yourself up into a sitting position, taking a deep breath to brace yourself for what lies ahead. It's time to put an end to all these messy time rewinds. Also, hello Federico. How do you feel about the upcoming DMC collab? Yes, I'm also hyped about it because I saw the gameplay how Dante and also Virtual is actually going to be available, but I did not see exactly if it's going to be an A rank or are they an S rank? Because if they are, then well, they'll be the first S rank collab characters. I wonder what Lynne's up to right now. I kind of miss your cooking. Oh no. Come on, Dawn? Despite her usual reluctance to yield, or perhaps stubborn pride about her cooking skills, these words catch her off guard. She covers her face in astonishment and carefully verifying your well-being. She was like, just put your face like this and like, are you okay? We only have a bottle of nutrient solution left in our supplies. Should I bring it to you? I'm fine, I just really want to go home, back to our usual life. It's been far too long. If you were to add up all the time spent in these rewinds, it can amount to 5 or 6 years, no, perhaps even more. Time has elongated to such an extent that you no longer can and no longer wish to keep track. During these growing explorations, your thoughts sometimes drift away. Did you face the same obstacles when you entered the inverted tower? Did Vonnegut and Agent Zero put up the same kind of resistance? Or perhaps he faced entirely different challenges? Yeah, looking forward to it too. Yeah, I expect the DMC collab will actually come out by July. I'm expecting July. Looking at Lucia, you notice how her expression has grown more somber. The worries of her journey etched deep between her brows. When you first entered the inverted tower, Lucia smiled often, but now, when we return, those unaware of our experience may be astonished by our change. Why? Because her expression, your demeanor, they're different from when we first set out. Same goes for you, Excelynne. She reaches up to the touch space between your brows. I suppose we can call it growth. That's quite a painful way to grow. You once mentioned that growth is always painful. Aw, I'm just gonna stroke her hair. There we go. Feel her gently nosing against her hand in response. Then with a smile, she extended an invitation. Shall we go check on the others? So I have some time before heading out. Alright. Okay. We're already halfway towards the the entire event on Lucy's part. Froggy and the four-leaf clover. As soon as you walk out of the infirmary, waves of commotion from beyond the side corridor door wash over you. Breaking through the fire safety window, you see the summoned mercenaries standing in a semicircle, their figures betraying fear and tension. Some clutch their weapons close to their chests, scanning their surroundings as if expecting some great threat to emerge at any moment. Explain yourself. You have to tell us everything. Calm down, she's just a kid. This isn't about her being a child. We all saw that monster. What happens if it gets loose? How can we ensure our parents and loved ones stay safe? You weren't exactly a saint when you were beating people up and stealing our stuff. Yeah, we were desperate and hungry, so we stole some food. Once we're out, we'll accept any legal consequences. If we have to serve time, none of us will run from it. But those monsters are a completely different story. What's going on? She gives a slight shake of her head, signaling you to wait and see how things unfold. You asked about the device, so I told you the truth. Chaos gave it to me. She said we could use it to protect ourselves. This she you're talking about. She could use that thing to protect us, or she could use it to trap us. Isn't that the exact same thing that kept us trapped here for so many days? We didn't understand before because we'd never seen it, but now we get it. Yes. It's hard to be wary of terror creatures, but we need to cooperate with her for now. Why don't you go talk to them? They should be far more familiar with you this time. Alright. She pushes the open door. Her expressions remaining stern. Smile, Lucia. Just like before. Stay calm and composed. Oh, look who's up. Dim wimp who had to be carried around yesterday. Stay calm. Punch him. Stay calm. Stay calm. Perfect timing. You said you'd help everyone escape, and we believed you. That's why we gathered everyone here. But what's the deal with this monster the kid mentioned? It can control those barriers? If it can come and go as it pleases, then shoot people out of whatever it wants. What's it stop it from sealing this place off and doing whatever it wants once we're gone? Don't tell me you two are working with it. No, we're about to address the matters related to her right now. What? There's another hidden trouble in the city other than chaos. She's the source of all those monsters patrolling the streets. Remember the mechanical riot you mentioned last night? Those terror creatures share the same root cause, and the same problem exists beyond Castelia. You'll still encounter such machines once you leave. So basically, the end of the world out there. No way. You'll see the situation for yourself once you leave. How do you plan to deal with the problem here? By working with that monster? The cooperation is temporary, even Chaos fears that lurking threat. We'll deal with her, but only after we eliminate the greater danger. This will be dangerous, and you could get caught in the crossfire. That's why we want you to evacuate. There are a lot of people out there who need your help more. If Commander and I were scheming something, we could have killed you all right here. Miss Johnson provided her katana's flames igniting into her hair. Without her taking a single step forward, everyone backs away several meters. If you think I can't handle this alone, feel free to test that theory. The people stand at the distance, exchanging bewildered glances before breaking into hushed whispers. Let us discuss this among ourselves. Lucius uses a sword and nods to the captain, and the mercenaries retreat to where Chico stands at the far end. Mika has been staying in the corner, now finding herself unexpectedly in the spotlight. Hi. Mustering every ounce of courage, she approaches. That hidden trouble you mentioned earlier. We're talking about Cradle. Yes. Do you know what she really is? She voiced the question the Cradle has always left unanswered. It's quite a long story. She's like a disaster-born new human, but her nature is actually more complex. I talked with her for a while. She told me she was a character created by an author. That's not wrong, but it's more like she's using that character as a vessel similar to possession? More like personal data conflict. Sounds not about the same. It's starting to clamor. She takes a step back and leans squarely against the wall. Well, at least the girl I spoke to was real. It didn't deceive me right from the beginning. She takes a deep breath. What did Krill talk to you about? Mostly far-fetched stories. Would you mind telling me more? There might be some crucial intelligence in there. Intelligence? Do the stories she saw in the Red Time really count as intel? Oh, and something about her creator and their will. Anything else? Apart from those, well, she said she came from the future and something about her being, I didn't quite understand that part. Something of sort of an administrator, I think. She had something to do with that future, but she failed before completing it, and she still couldn't figure out exactly why she failed. Oh right, after you arrived, just last night, she came to me and said some weird things. What did you say? She asked if I remembered how many times I had died, and if I had ever dreamed of becoming a butterfly. I had no idea what she meant by that, but could she be talking about a tale of the butterfly dream? Maybe she meant something more literal. She freaking ate the butterfly. After experiencing death once in Goodcelia, there were times in your dreams when your vision followed the butterflies, as if you had become one of them. So what is it? She said she came here from the future, that she could travel through time. In some futures, she actually killed you. She killed me, but why? Because she killed Chico, and you sought revenge. Chico? No way, she promised that I found my sister and she'd give me a chance to help her. How could she have killed her? And her response that time was, who cares? Who cares? Is it also because of that personality data conflict you mentioned? Yes. Is there any way to bring back her original self? It might be possible, but I don't know exactly. She has not completely forgotten you. She turned your conscience into one of those butterflies around her, and willingly swallowed it. Maybe you mean something special to her. Special? Me? Yeah, she said she would give you a chance to hurt her. What do you mean? I don't understand either. Do you know all of this because you're also from the future, just like her? Okay, this is actually really hard. Because if I reveal that I'm from the future, then... well, I really need... I really need to actually tell her. Yes, just as I thought. So time travel really does exist. Please, tell me what's going to happen. Was she right? Will everyone really get caught in a calamity that never ends? Yes. What about me? Colonel mentioned that in your future you're similar with my sister Chico. Do you know me? As I cast a question look at you. Didn't Cradle tell you anything about your own future? She did. That's why exactly why I wanted to hear from you again. Beckham once mentioned that Chico had a younger sister in the support force, but she fell in battle during a mission. And then, how did I die? Did I cause trouble for Chico? Her sister was injured and corrupted before running into an ascendant. When Chica saw her sister still calling out for help, she couldn't bring herself to strike her down, and instead tried to save her. That's a reasonable judgment of the situation. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Technologia. Eh? Yes, hell, Yuri. But she still turned into corrupted. Under the Ascendant's control, she detonated the device at the bottom of the building, killing all 14 constructs who were conducting and investigating there. Chico survived, but was gravely wounded in the process. She originally had the potential to use a specialized ring, but after that explosion, her mind was severely damaged and she lost that qualification forever. Even so, when she merged with the terror creature, she managed to retain a fragment of herself, preventing that massive body from going berserk. Becca's hands paused briefly as she sorted out through the mission reports. She never let go of her regret. Even though she knew her sister couldn't possibly survive after falling into the Ascendant's hands, she still couldn't bring herself to end it. To make someone give up before they fought till their last breath, that would be too cruel. I'm sure that's what Commander would say. But for the most people, the ability to fight until the very end is a privilege reserved for heroes. Heroes only. Though even as sadists, if I were to face with making the same choice about someone important to me, I'd probably hesitate for that crucial moment too. Can you tell me, you failed during a rescue mission of the support force, and before that, you had saved many lives. After you were gone, even the captain of the support force would still speak of you. You haven't answered my question. Did I get many people killed by working with the wrong side just like now? No one could have controlled their fate in that situation. It was an accident, not intentional harm. In the future, you'll meet many people whose life you'll save. Don't blame yourself for something beyond your control. The loser speaks these words, her brow remains tightly furrowed. Through countless cycles of death, she has witnessed the pain Yuka brought. Even under the circumstances and inner turmoil behind those actions, the wounds torn into her heart, running deep, to soon absorb with a smile. In the face of inescapable desires and suffering, all words of reason and forgiveness shatter like fragile glass. So it's true. Krillin wasn't lying to me. Thank you for being willing to share it with me. Go talk to Chico. Tragedy isn't inevitable. We've talked already. She told me she kept her distance because of the sensitive nature of her work. And she realized those results died because I sought help from Cradle. Her gaze drifts Chico in the distance, their shared silence speaking volumes about the rift between them. If you had a sister like me, would you forgive her? Well, she does. She has Luna, and she actually does forgive her. I think. She's actually really having a problem with that one. I'm not in a position to answer whether your real sister would forgive you or not. I think Yuko Lucy speaks these words as much as herself. As to Yuko, if my sister were in your situation, I think rather than answering on behalf of the victims whether to forgive her, I would want to tell her from the beginning something else entirely. Huh? Your existence alone has meaning. You don't have to sacrifice something just to justify your right to live peacefully. That's not kindness. It only harms you in the end. That's wrong. And once you start down the wrong path, you'll keep falling deeper into the abyss, trying to make up for that first mistake. And once you step into that abyss, victimhood breeds hatred, and hatred leads to hurting others. Breaking free from this vicious cycle often demands an even greater sacrifice in time. Yuko, if you could understand at the beginning of it all, and look back at those choices you've made, is Chico's forgiveness really what you're asking about? Instead of bitter, self-mocking laughter escapes Yuzu's lips as she leans against the wall, so sliding onto the ground. Yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot. I can't forgive myself. I made a mistake and I couldn't forgive myself for that. And everything afterward. It was all just a cover-up. I was just desperately trying to justify my actions. You're right. The more I tried to do something about it, the more mistakes I made. Desperately trying to make myself needed. What did that accomplish in the end? I was too weak. I died there. Dragged so many people down with me. And even what little family I had left. If I had time to grow. If only I had the power to change things. Unfortunately, there have never been any what-ifs. She pulls a little froggy from her chest and clutches it tightly in her chest, falling silent. Do you like Froggy? I see him standing crouched beside her. Yeah, I love Froggy's stories and even Even before I graduated. Never was with her head lowered. Froggy wasn't good at anything. It wanted to find a four-leaf clover. Wonder said that it could have a home, but only end up in one silly situation after another. But somehow it still managed to find something meaningful in all of those failures and mishaps. Where did those stars bring Wonder? If only I could find something meaningful in my own failures, just like Froggy. Why bring this up all of a sudden? I really like Froggy as well, but I only recently found out that it has its own stories. Huh? So before that, you just liked it for its design. Yeah. You only recently found its stories. Which book did you read? The one where it started searching for the four-leaf clover to find happiness in a home. Ah, the first book. Does that story have an ending? Originally there was one. In the end, Froggy still couldn't find a four-leaf clover, nor the home that was supposed to come with it. But Froggy took the items gathered during his journey of feelings to build a modest, rundown tent and planted ordinary three-leaf clovers beside it. Even though they were just common clovers, Froggy tenderly nurtured and protected them until one day it found a four-leaf clover among them. Froggy couldn't find a four-leaf clover of wonder, but it ended up creating one instead. As Yuka speaks, she pulls out Froggy-shaped voice recorder from her pocket. I have a song here written for Froggy, though I only kept for the instrumental track and lyrics. With a sniff, she holds back her tears and hands over her voice recorder in a solemn gesture. Aww. Lucia, I would like to give this to you. To me? Yes, you helped the people here who were trapped here, and you shared a lot with me. Thank you. This song never had a chance to be released. It's a miracle itself that someone who loves Froggy gets to hear it. With this miracle, I wish for you and your most cherished one to be able to create your own four-leaf clover of wonder. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Wait, I think that's the idea on solving this problem. Across those 9 endings? What if you don't look for the exit? You actually make one. I'm here, Commandant. The mercenaries are still in their discussion. Want to take a walk over the observation bridge? Alright. Stepping out of the infirmary, you walk onto the observation bridge, basking in the morning sunlight. The streets below appear clean and orderly, showing no trace of red tide's corruption. It seems the long night has finally passed. Lucy stretches slightly in the sunlight, then sits down on the edge of the observation bridge, turning back to look at you. Is there something you want to say? Look in your face when you were talking to Yuko. Were you missing your home? Yeah, a little bit. This is the golden age, and when they should still be alive. Lucia, I know I can't change the past. We have more important things to do, and our own home to return to. And these words, I only say them when you ask. Lucia squints her eyes in the breeze, her gaze drifting afar in the distance. Commandant, look, at the end of the leftmost street, there's an exit. It's the highest point around here. Also quite far from the underground parking lot. Once everyone's scattered, we'll have them evacuate from there. Even if Cradle deploys Red Tide, it'll still take some time to reach that location. With a smile, Lisa outlines the next steps of the plan. Right. As we move out, we take the vanguard position, with the mercenaries covering the rear, keeping the employees protected in the middle. Commandant, can you provide range support for those in the rear? Just please stay within my sight. No problem, it's indeed safer this way. From here on, it's going to be one battle after another. Yeah, we can't let our guard down until we're home. Are you hiding something from me? Why do you say so? Just a feeling, guess. It's nothing, just some uncertainties. There's no point discussing them now. We'll only know once we're inside the Inverter Tower. In the end, she chose to keep her thoughts to herself. And so, standing beside her, he also remained silent about the plans for when you enter the Inverter Tower. Winter sunlight breaks through the thin clouds and force fields enveloping Excelynne, casting a radiant golden hue over the city. She reaches out as if to grasp something in the wind before her, then lets out a soft sigh. And its intangible nature. Time to go home, Commandant. It's time for you to go home. Let's go home together. Like countless times before you reach out to Lucia. And she responds with a smile, taking your hands in hers. And here we are. A canal that leads to the galaxy. How many more of these righteous deaths will it take before our wounds carve a canal to the galaxy? Huh. Looks like there's something even bigger that's about to happen now. Darn. Yeah, it's also gonna be interactable. I wonder what's gonna happen here. Wow. Hey. As soon as you turn to the infirmary, the mercenary captain approaches. We've finished our discussion. Everyone trusts you and agrees to this operation. If the outside world remains safe, we'll send reinforcements to assist you. But if you, like I said, everyone's struggling to survive, then we'll prioritize helping them first. Alright, let's do it. Right then, I'll leave the big trouble here in your hands. If things get out of control, don't hesitate to call for backup. Yes, sir, it will be. Let's go. Most of them are already waiting for the second floor. Alright. Come on in. It's time. Time to execute the plan. The previously dispirited crowd has come back alive, now eagerly discussing their upcoming plans with a renewed vigor. As Construct and you step into view, the crowd falls silent in unison. Apart from the crowd at the far edge of Sans Chaos, fixing your gaze directly on you. As your eyes are about to meet, Lisa steps between you, blocking both Chaos' gaze and the lurking attack creatures from your view. That very same step places Lisa right beside you as both of you now stand together before everyone. Folks. The crowd falls into tense silence, hanging on to every word Lucy speaks. Form up behind me in the positions as we planned. The terror creatures are currently in the first floor lobby. Once the force field barrier is down, they'll rush right at us. I'll take point, while you handle any stragglers. Avoid their fluid splashes at all costs. Even a single drop will cause an unstoppable infection that could lead to amputation. Once you're out, stay away from all machines and regroup with the other humans. That's your only chance of survival. That's all. Any questions? We're good. Let's move out. Rose, disable the force field. Within the shadows, the girl listens to the thundering footsteps above, while crimson butterflies dance around her string-playing hands. By deliberately containing the red tide, they've fallen right into my trap, thinking I've lost control over it. The Grand Plaza shall be the perfect stage for your mass funeral. She passes Liz's strength blast through the inner doors of the exhibition hall, the shockwave carving a path through the sea of terror creatures all the way to the first floor stairs. The glimmer of hope vanishes as quickly as it appears. The remaining monsters surge forward to seal the gap, causing the terror creatures' formation to contract by one ring. By an icy gaze, Cradle runs her fingers across the strings. In response, crimson butterflies soar over their monsters' heads, while their trembling strings echo with lingering resonance. Through the carnage and scattered crimson, Lucia the Vanguard pierces through the chaos, with her gaze fixed on the girl lurking in the shadows. It's time to end this, Cradle. Agent Zero. dazzling flames burst forth, their radiance instantly dispersing the surrounding gloom. The harp vanishes from the girl's grasp as crimson butterflies gather and dissolve, coalescing into a new form, a blood-red scythe materializing, its blade gleaming. As the scythe takes form, Luz has already closed in on Cradle, her powerful strike slicing through the air with a frenzied howl. The blade flashes, extending into a devastating overhead strike. Cradle barely raises her eyes, and with just a curl of her finger, a flying terror creature hurls itself at Lucia, its expendable body intercepting her fierce attack. 2, 3, 4. At Cradle's call, every terror creature marks Lucia as their prey, lunging desperately at this radiant beacon of light. Starting by the terror creature, Excelynne raises her other hand and firmly grasps her second blade. You're not taking another step forward. The light of the blades flashes, cutting through the enriching prison of monsters. Serpentine dragons of soaring flames weave a violent dance, inserting the grotesque enemies until nothing remains. Lucia deflects Cradle's strike with one blade as she swiftly eliminates a wicked terror creature with her crimson blade. The fierce wind sends her frame ribbons fluttering. In a swirl of blazing light, her twin blades flash in a synchronized arc, shattering the ever-looming despair. The platinum radiance gleams brighter than the celestial dome above, its countless luminous facets reflecting and interweaving. Within this brilliance, Lucia stands up like a sun, casting light upon all in your path. No matter where you run, I will stop you. What's the point of all this? Chico, cover them while they evacuate. Copy that. Yuka also leaves the hiding spot, joining the crowd's escape. Though Lucia has drawn away most of the enemies, several stragglers still lurk at the edges, their eyes fixed on the crowd. As the mercenaries form a protective circle around the employees, myself included, the gunfire keeping the straight. Keeping the stray terror creatures at bay. Sorry. Excuse me. Her thoughts suddenly drove back to Cradle. If only she had discovered the truth sooner, she would have never let Cradle help them fight off those mercenaries, and they would still be alive. If you still hate me after this, I shall give you a chance to hurt me. Would she hate Cradle? If she saw Chica being killed, she surely would. Caught in the middle of the crowd, Yuka watches Chica as she maintains suppressing fire against the remaining monsters alongside the other mercenaries. Her eyes fixed on the battlefield. In the end, she's still the one being protected. She thought things were different when working with Cradle, believing she could secretly offer food and protection to everyone. Only now that she realized the folly of her actions, she was still just relying on others. In that moment, the ground suddenly trembles with thunderous roar, like a beast awakening from its long slumber. The violent shaking scattering the evacuating crowd. Frick. An earthquake now of all times? Watch out, the ground is cracking. The red tide bursts forth from the ground's fissures, surging outward in an instant. The terror creatures emerge from all directions, shaking off the tide from their bodies before charging toward with savage momentum. Those at the back of the group cry out in terror, their screams mixing with desperate footsteps as they run for their lives, afraid of being consumed by the crimson tide. Move forward, watch your step, we'll cover you. Amidst the sharp report of the mercenaries' gunfire, enemies fall one after another, momentarily quelling the panic in the crowd's hearts. Like a battle horn's call, the mercenaries fire in unison, holding back their terror creatures' onslaught. The trackers leap across the fissures one by one as the red tide surges madly behind them. Another person comes running, his face contorted with pure terror. Behind him, a terror creature gives relentless chase as the ground trembles once more, turning up the red tide in its wake. Amid the chaos, the employee who has been hiding in the middle of the crowd suddenly buckles at the knees and collapses, reaching forward with desperate hands. When the terror creature is breathing down his neck, she grabs her gun with one hand amid the monster's roar. used her other hand to pull the fallen person up before giving him a firm push forward. Keep running. Don't look back. As these words ring out, the mercenary captain fires several rapid shots, taking down the entire creature in front of Chico. Watch your flanks too. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Chico catches her breath and resumes directly the evacuation group. As the crowd gradually shifts chaos to order, Chico takes position beside Yuko, standing guard at the group's flank. Chico, who was been focused on the broader situation until now, turns to her sister. Recalling the recent events, she asks in a low voice, "Where's your gun?" "She's still with me, but there's only one bullet left. Got any more for me? Forget it. You've never been trained to use a gun." She adjusts her shooting stance and reveals the dagger at her waist. "Take this. We'll make it out together." Chica falls into silence once more, her focus back on guarding the flank, sensing her sister's reluctance to speak. Yuko restates the words she wishes to utter. "But I want to help you." He glances once more at the dagger in her hand. Then at the end, at the gun she doesn't know how to use. She looks up the battlefield. A few more terror creatures fall, but their armies continue to emerge from the tide in an endless onslaught. In their moments, the red tide erupts amid the earthquake. The crimson circle of death rapidly constructs, like a giant hand crushing what little space remains for their survivors to escape. As the massive wave threatens to swallow the crowd whole, desperate screams erupt from the group. "They're freaking charging at us!" Ah! An agile creature suddenly appears at the front of the group. "That monster?" Kay extends her hand, and a force field unfurls, blocking most of the attack creatures, while creating a temporary shelter against the encroaching red tide. Dex right ahead, disables the force behind us, and let everyone retreat. "I don't think she has a hand to spare. The moment we turn around, we'll get drowned." The young man swings his baseball bat at the approaching entire creature's neck, as if venting days of pent-up frustrating. Then he grabs Darcy, who struggles to keep pace with the group due to her frail constitution, practically dragging her along by the arm. "Barley, slow down! Slow down? If we don't move now..." Just get the bullets cutting his words short as the mercenary captain takes down the struggle monster, throwing a sharp glance at the two. "Shut up and move!" Yet disaster like holes that can be plugged. No sooner is one crisis contained than terrified screams from another direction. Stay back!" The terror creature lunges at Mona, its deformed claws gleaming with murderous intent. Falling behind Mona, Yuka freezes at the moment before springing into action. "Mona!" Yuka's body moves on instinct. She dashes forward and shoves Mona out of the way. The claws still come down, leaving horrific gashes across Yuka's leg. The pain, rather than bringing her down, only serves to tighten her grip on the dagger. With a newfound courage surging through her, she drives her blade deep into the entire creature's neck. As fluid splatters and the monster collapses, delayed panic suddenly seizes Zuko's entire being. She falls back into the gun, too terrified to even pull her dagger free. "Yuko! I'm fine. Her voice trembles as she grasps Mona's outstretched hand, attending to her eyes. The wounds on her leg proved too much, causing her to collapse back down. "What were you thinking? You can't even walk." "It's okay, it's not that bad. I can just walk slowly." "What are you talking about? I'm not complaining about your walking speed." "I know, but I'm just glad you're safe. After all, you're the one who found a job here and brought me along. Consider this my way of saying thank you." Well, lets out a sigh, saying no more words. She grabs Yuko again with all her strength, pulls Yuko up from the ground. "I'll help you. We walk together." "Thank you, but..." The words reach her lips, but come out as barely a mumble. "You should go ahead. I'll only slow you down with my pace." Alright." My God's departing group listening to script and hers catch up with them. The moment she reunites with the group, the ground violently shakes again. The red tide surges forth, separating Yuko from everyone else. "Yuko! Tori, I'll wait for Lucio to help take me over. Y'all go ahead. It is her choice to make. One has no right to intervene. She watches as Zuko limps up the stairs, then turns to join the moving crowd. The never-ending red tide slowly devours lowlands as the evacuating crowd seeks refuge within the sanctuary produced by chaos under the mercenaries' protection. Rose pours every ounce of her strength into dismantling the force field. Despite repeated tremors within Chaos Sanctuary, it manages to stabilize each surge of energy she unleashes. All eyes are fixed on Rose. Hearts torn between utter despair and overflowing hope. Yuka catches sight of Chico in the crowd, who scans the sea of faces, seemingly seeking her sister's presence among the throng. The mercenary captain pats Chico's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the emerging foes, before pressing his last remaining bullets into her hands. A silent passing of responsibility. Chico accepts it all without a word, shredding her role as a sister to once again become a protector. Alright. A sudden whoosh through the air shatters her momentary peace. Cradle, who has been trapped in the exhibition, now breaks through Lucy's blockade. Looks like you're at the end of your rope again. She doesn't even spare another glance at Yuka on the stairs, her eyes fixed on the sea of people and the construct standing on their way. 1-on-1, I wouldn't stand a chance against you, but with all these people around, ensuring their safety is sure to distract you. Lucia rests with a fierce slash, cutting off both Cradle's advance and her taunt in one swift motion. A slight smirk crosses Cradle's lips as she swings her side to meet Lucia's blade. Sparks exploded from their violent collision. Well, darn. What exactly are you, Cradle? In her daze, she recalls a question she once asked. My name is Cradle. Who I am is more difficult to answer, but I think I have lost my creator, and because of that, I have been searching for signs of the other creators. It's not my mission, just consider it a regret, or maybe a hobby. Kira had shown her kindness before, but when exactly did she start to change? It's more like she's using that character as a vessel, similar to possession? More like personality data conflict. Two different personalities dwelling within her body. The kindness Yuka felt back then wasn't a lie. Is there any way to bring her original self? It might be possible, but I don't know how exactly. She turned her conscience into one of those butterflies around her and willingly swallowed it. Maybe you mean something special to her. Special? Me? Yeah, she said she would give you a chance to hurt her. That butterfly, is it still there? Her movements are interpreted by shots from behind. Turning around again, you can see that evacuating group has opened both the barrier and the disaster containment wall. The red tide surges forward under their step, as if eager to drown everyone's hopes, forcing people to scream and push their way out as death inches ever closer. Evacuate one by one. Those who can still fight, stay behind the cover. Everyone else, go first. Yuko. Her sister calls out to Yuko, finally noticing the insurmountable red tide that separates them. Yuko! To Yuko's surprise, her sister, whom she views as capable of overcoming any challenge, stands frozen in place, only able to utter in her name once more. Once again, she finds herself becoming a burden to Chico. Chico, you know what? Krill told me that in the future I'll still end up being a burden to you and everyone around you. Huh? Chico sees Chico break into an inexplicable smile, but can't make out of what she's saying. I've been thinking about what someone like me could possibly do, but no matter how much I rack my brain, I just can't find an answer. Across the distance, her words failed to each other side again. Speak up, I can't hear you. Chico, hurry up and get Lucy to bring a cover over here. We're running out of time. This exit needs to be sealed right now. Half the squad has already shoved their way out, and Mona, after shouting her warning, squeezes out through the narrow exit. Nico, answer me! could she possibly answer? What words could you give her legs the strength to cross this uncrossable river? All she can do is gaze at Chico, listening to as the sounds of combat between Cradle and Lucy draw closer and more frantic. Perfect. Since you've opened the barrier, I might as well take advantage of this chance. You're not getting past here. Oh, really? Then let me present you with a trolley problem I've been fighting for quite a while. The Cradle's after. The long suppressed red tide in the turkey just suddenly burst forth, lunging at the commandant who is providing support behind Lucia. Stop me or stop those ethereal creatures. If you choose me, my little soldiers might just run wild everywhere. As Lucia charges without hesitation toward the commandant surrounded by the red tide and turkey creatures, the girl dashes past the red tide, making a beeline for the crowded exit. Chaos! Guarding the gate, Chaos hears the cry. When maintaining the force field has already drained her strength, she is in no condition to face Cradle head-on. Yet, seeing Chico has evacuated, Chaos stands her ground, looking to abandon her post. Watch out! Side blade casts forcefully against Chaos' force field, tearing open wounds across the doll's fragile arms. Just one more strike and everything will crumble. Cradle! She screams at that body, one that will never answer her call. Remember that how you killed me, and what happened with the butterfly? How would someone with no connection to the Terror Tower remember things from before the time rewind? Yet Agent Zero hesitates in her attack. Upon hearing this false intel, turn around to look back with Cradle. And I understand why the creator you spoke of made a choice in the end. With a smile, she raised the gun and loaded one bullet. Though unaware of how to wield it, there's one spot she knows that she can't miss. Let the rotten wood burn. I was not expecting this. Okay, that actually left me really speechless. Holy crap! She just offered herself.
A viewer has subscribed to your channel.
Unhealer. Oh, thanks for the follow, Unhealer. Oh, I was really surprised in this. Holy crap! She just offered herself. Darn. Blood erupted like flames, blowing into a single winged red butterfly from Yuko's loose hair. With countless words of worthless wishes and farewells left unsaid, she crumples heavily onto the ground and rolls into the red tide. That is the worst kind of death she have. Yuko! A familiar ring emanates from the butterfly she once swallowed, compelling Cradle to lower her hands. Run, Chico! The captain's firm grip seizes Chico by the collar, scoops up Rose, and forcefully pulls them both through the narrow exit. As the last person evacuates, the force field finally seals shut once more. Yuko! Before there's any time to confirm anything, Lucy carries you up and leaps into the air. Within the red tide, Cradle slowly approaches Yuko, passively taking her into her arms. Darn! Surely this chapter is not a tear-jerking experience. No, but the next one might be. I don't know. I'm actually feeling the tension in this one though, so... Well, not yet anyway, because I still haven't experienced, because almost every single time I finish a chapter, it's always that tear-jerking experience. In the hollow wind, Lucy's expression remains inscrutable, and yet her grip unnoticeably tightens around you. Commandant, regardless of the weight burdening her heart, she can't look back on this one-way path. No one knows what emotions stirred within Yuko as she pulled the trigger. Darn. Was it because of the insurmountable red tide? was to buy a few precious seconds against Cradle? Or was it because she learned what the future held? Or perhaps she had fallen into despair about her own life? Was it truly the right decision to tell Yuka about the future? Should one glimpse into the changed future, the survivors would affirm without hesitation, yes, her death was the right choice. Many will survive that incident, and Chico's mind will not be damaged trying to save her. That's the... Okay, that was the only choice that she had. And she had no choice if she wants to, like, you know, prevent a lot more damage that she had already done. That is the hardest decision you could actually ever make. In the distant future, when Chica dies at Copperfield Aquarium, her entire humanoid form will be able to process more intricate data, thanks to her intact mind. The world will mark this as a turning point, guiding humanity toward a more stable and prosperous future, until one day they can safely venture into the cosmos. Yet, how much more rotten wood must be burned? How many heroes must die with regrets? And how many more righteous deaths must we endure before we can build a canal of wounds leading to the Sea of Stars? And do not skip the stage. I need to learn this. I gotta learn what's gonna happen here. There we go. Right.
指揮官、事前に権限を有効化しました。地下駐車場のエレベーターで降りれば大丈夫です。離れないように。
Dang, this entire scene is actually pretty beautiful.
こんなことまで。
Oh darn.
私の権限は確か
That
に
she has
リンク
indeed
で
weakened my
削られてい
authority,
ます。
but she isn't ready yet,
でも
and
準
your
備
key
が
is
終
about
わ
to
る
run
前
out.
にそちらの鍵が
Stay away from Cradle.
撤退を。目的地は移住強盗です。
Yeah, she's running.
指揮官、こちらへ。
Come on.
舞踏会の続きを始めましょう。
私の目の届く範囲に。指揮官。指揮官を離せ。申し訳ありません。守るべきだったのに。
Okay. We'll do better. We'll do better.
道が阻まれた。このままでは指揮官を離せ。
Ah, freaking. Where's this Hedera creature?
大丈夫。まだ耐えられます。 大丈夫です。心配しないでください。きっとまた会えますから。
ようやく登場ですか。
Undecided to show yourself, Chaos. Oh, Chaos is not helping.
指揮官、
This is
こ
good.
ちらです。
Everything's tilted. The hell?
さあ、あとどれくらい持つでしょうね。私のお気に入りの曲です。ご清聴ください。 そちらの計画には時期尚早でしたね。あと10回ほど鑑賞すれば私にも対抗策がなかったかもしれません。
Oh. Loading.
Okay. これもカイウスとの取引の一部ですか。指揮官。
ま まだチャンスはあります。
Fine. Where is she?
あと少し。
Oh, she's like right behind us.
物語の
She's
結末
right
で
behind us.
瀕死の英雄
Give Kate a
が
hug.
巣穴に逃げるも狼を撃退する力はもうない。
I mean, I
九死に一
mean,
生ではなく
I guess that'll be another ending, right?
狼を寄せてしまった。
Would that be another ending?
臨時パスワードの入力を前回と同じ数字です。援護します。
Frick. Shucks, there's like numbers. I don't even know what the numbers are. Frick. What are the numbers? I can't remember the number I saw before. Has she changed the password? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
指揮官、
No?
お忘れですか。パスワード
9,
は
7,
973654です。
Sun. Goyon. 654.
行きましょう。
Thanks.
私の赤潮もなかなかなのですよ。あなたを正確に保存できます。
彼女が来ています。早く先に。
Oh dang, she's running really. What the?
指揮官、
Uh oh. Chaos? Chaos! Okay. Nice save. Fine. Let's search for tomorrow. Taking advantage of Kratos' momentary pause, they step once again into the nightmare-shrouded elevator. Oh no, not the elevator again! No sooner do you enter the hidden elevator than the red tide surges through this shadowy tunnel alongside its master. Even with sharp decline in terror creatures, Cradle born from both red tide and a terror tower remains nearly invincible. Watching as the two figures struggle in the tunnel, from the shadows, chaos spreads the urge to step in and help again. You're growing weaker. Under no circumstance should you engage Agent Zero once more in your current state. Every move is a gamble with her life. She must exercise caution. You know what? I never felt such joy before. With a smile, Cradle effortlessly evades Lucius' lightning fast slash. That key of yours is so snug, isn't it? Among the three of you, taking out just one would be enough to crush Vonnegut's plans. Once I lose the key, it will be difficult to keep Agent Zero away from the core. I won't be able to force her out of the inverted terror tower like before. This isn't just about her life. When Vonnegut's plans fall apart, everyone will have to pay the price. The few remaining terror creatures charge at loose in unison. In the narrow channel, there's nowhere to dodge. In that split-second infestation, their combined force sends her reeling. If not for her thruster setting her just in time, she would have crashed straight into a red tide beside her. It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. Kiss clearly understands that what Vonnegut Levin said. One more use of this gift means stepping right into the abyss. Now, who should I eat first? Lucia. I've never gotten a chance to finish you off completely. The terrain here works against you. Such a rare opportunity. You'll do nicely. A new cage of spike erupts from the ground, like demon claws rising from the abyss, to drag their airborne prey back to Earth. The punching crystals explode into an intersecting trap, instantly binding Lucius' joints into her grip. The crystals contract and compress, shackling the captain of the Grey Ribbon until every possible movement is sealed away. Bring it on! Lucia! Deep in the shadows, Chaos clenched both fists. Do you know why I chose clones to make the key? Watching as her obstacle falls into a new predicament, Cradle calmly shifts her attention to a different target. Let the rotten wood burn. The only chance of survival, the only gamble lies in the corruption you've left behind. A restraint that will last mere moments. Just kidding. I want to kill that commander one more time. If the gamble pays off, she will not die here. If it fails, she will be the only one who does. Oh, hello, Prey. Stay calm. Don't go out there. This is all part of a greater plan. No, there's no chance at all. If anyone dies here, everything will be beyond saving. Why do others have to sacrifice themselves to complete my consciousness? Cradle raises her scythe against the human who is about to reach the rift. Why? Why am I the only one who can't do it? A flash of red light plummets. Come on. Yes? An arc of phosphorescent blue takes the fierce assault. Something lethal strike force bit by bit. The doll raises a forceful head, her hands trembling as countless wounds appear across her forearms. Watch out! Lita finally shatters the punishing crystals, imprisoning her and dashes over. Sounds nice. The girl swings her scythe upward, its arc of light blocking Lucia's path. Yet its true target is chaos, not too weak to parry the attack. Before your very eyes, the doll's severed limbs fly past, dissolving into myriad crimson sparks midair. The ghastly wound sends shivers down your spine, while the crystal fastens mirror your stunned expression. The fading trails of light appear to sweep away every remnant of Kia's consciousness. The gamble is lost, and once again she has to meet such a hasty end. In her dying eyes, Kia's watch as Lucia sees her chance to dash past Cradle and grab you, the rift now mere inches away. At least, he can. The execution blade plunges toward her chest, piercing her body without hesitation. Chaos breaks into a smile, trying to shift her gaze toward the rift, hoping to confirm her dying breath that she have safely returned to the tower. Yet she sees no one there. Instead, a long-forgotten warmth emanates from behind as someone swiftly holds her shattered body in her arms. Chaos! In her daze, a brilliant white light blooms in Chaos' blurred vision. She hears Cradle's voice, filled with displeasure, and then... Now, let's go. In an instant, the rift swallows all three of them into darkness. A hollow echo of running footsteps reverberates through the air. Through Cradle, though Cradle no longer pursues them. Chaos lies grievously wounded in your arms. Her condition is so severe that even direct contact barely caused any corruption symptoms. In the fading of this shadow form, not only Chaos' life wane, but an entire inverted terror tower crumbles along with her. Tremors shake the tower as the path beneath warps grotesquely. The surrounding structures threatening to collapse at any moment. Lucia leaps to your side, shouting a protruding crystal brick. In progress. She's still alive. The traps she set along the way overpower Cradle's attacks. It's because of Yuko. We must find Vonnegut first. He's the only one who can see chaos. Understood. I'll use the flight mode. Hold on tight to me. Right. Looking down chaos in your arms. Her body resembles a shattered porcelain to the large piece like as if sensing the weakening connection that restrains Cradle. Her kindred hetero creatures no longer held back, begin emerging from both sides of the red tide. Hey there, you have to make it. Air Tower's core level. The core trembles as luminescence flickers and shatters. Vonnegut's brows furrow as he places chaos within a cluster of crystals that cradles her like swaddling clothes. Dang, she's incredibly damaged. Darn. No matter how many times he softly calls chaos' name, she remains unresponsive. In progress. Before Vonnegut can answer, he unheard footsteps echo from behind. The three of you turn around to face a young girl who has once again appeared. What do you mean again, Vonnegut? Her smiling eyes widened, only to reveal nothing but coldness within. Perhaps I should call you by a different name. What would you prefer? Professor Trout? Number 7? Or Nemo? She actually knows. Darn. But yes. You have recovered your memories, Agent Zero. Indeed, all thanks to the memories you left to chaos. But you still haven't answered my question. Well, all that is irrelevant now. With the key gone, you're at a loss. My child will soon be back in my arms. Why did you drop your force field? Let me have a taste of your memories, amassed by a lone man like yourself in your pitiful attempt to stay alive. That was more damage after this entire chapter. Darn. Would it be much better to be remembered and harvested by me, rather than fade into complete oblivion? You're always so rude in that case. Don't say I didn't warn you. Carol takes a step forward and all of the terror creatures surge forward at once. Countless fissures spread beneath Kratos' feet and a menacing crimson light erupts through the splintering ground. The crimson blast shatters across the blue barrier, then clings to every crack like viscous mud. Surrounded by a tidal wave of enemies, Kratos channels with both hands, forcing the crimson power to tear a collapsing breach into Agent's steadfast shield. Let's see. Watch her. Oh, they get her? A decisive beam of white light plunges into the enemy storm above. Unleashing a circular storm without hesitation, she delivers an aerial slash, shattering the harp in the girl's hands. This open terrain certainly works to your advantage. Carol clicks her tongue in irritation, her gaze piercing past Lucia through all obstacles to fix upon while the human commanded protecting chaos. The moment her gaze finds its target, Vonnegut instantly appears right before you, raising his hand to block her piercing stare. Vonnegut, either find a way to wake Chaos up or prepare to merge with her. We have no means to expel the agents here from the tower. It will turn into an endless war of attrition here. The agent glances at Chaos' unbroken form. Then, his raised hand grasps an unfolding blade of golden light. Tell your construct to cooperate. This is the part where he gives orders. Given the situation, she doesn't need me to tell her. Do you really think you can stop me without a key? A blade of golden light cuts through the air as Vonnegut strike silences Kratos mid-sentence. He and the airborne Lucia align perfectly in the diagonal formation. Their white and golden lights intertwine as they target Kratos at the intersecting point. Hovering in stillness, they hold their breath. The crimson Hetero waves continue to surge chaotically. In a flash, twin blade strings tear through the air. Callous blade shadow bursts forward simultaneously, cutting off all Kratos' escape routes, one after another. The girls form shatters under their combined assault, but all that remains is the contemptuous sneer. Vonnegut pauses, then in one fluid motion spins and swings his light blade, instantly cutting down the phantom that has materialized behind him. The dissipating crimson light sprouts through the air, and a mere moment later, Kratos appears floating high above, composed and unhurriedly as she plucks another note from her harp. The berserk grows even more savage, while the surrounding Hetero creatures with the red triangle lose control under the harp's melody. Oh my Sheila. I was more down. Oh my god. Yes. Thunderous crashes and piercing whistles slice through the air, interweaving and clashing as successive flashes of light illuminate the chaotic scene unfolding before your eyes. Even joining forces with Vonnegut isn't enough to suppress Kratos now. Yes. The Shadow Doll remains unresponsive, all shell barely clinging to existence. This marks the last chance, but as Vonnegut warned, fighting her here will only lead to endless attrition. Without Agent Zero's successor, no one dares to kill Kratos here. What can you do? Is there any other choice beside merging with chaos now? But if you were to merge with chaos, this human body of yours hasn't been properly prepared with the necessary medicine. Questions of despair and grief will swell within you. They are deafening echo, making it hard to breathe. Oh my Sheila. Oh no. Looking up again, Cradle has broken through all obstacles. Now just one step away from inverted Tower's core. She raised her hand, the crimson force turning in response. No, that's the hope Lee left for everyone after going through countless hardships. Stop! Lucia rushed forward, but the waves of terror creatures block her path, bringing her down like a bird with broken wings. Vonnegut stands firm, launching countless yellow crosses straight at Cradle, only to watch them all disintegrate and shatter midway. You can't let her get the core. Let corruption invade this era. The usual common composed agent lets out a roar of rage, bordering on breakdown. Chaos! There is nowhere left to run. The inverted tower shows violently as crimson light erupts through the scattered brilliance, corrupting the azure glow in a mere instant. Sprout of Cronus, all reduced to zero. Lucia, the key. Beneath the fading azure light, the unstoppable girl finally reclaims her child. Finally! Melt down that core. Copy that. What? In a moment's stillness, Lucia vanishes before everyone's eyes, her frame's stealth function concealing her movements. Carlos immediately abandons the newly acquired core and dashes towards you, hoping to force Lucia out of hiding, only to slam straight into a force field. Tell her to keep going. A tidal wave of rain floods your ears as the tower walls tremble with violence once more. The tower's crest emits a blinding crimson light as the thunderous roar shakes heaven and earth. Darn! The end has come. The crimson storm devours all in its path. The once blazing car, like a decaying giant, crumbles and melts under an unknown pressure, its flesh and skin dissolving inch by inch. How dare you steal my child from me again! Hail roars in fury and howls toward the disintegrating core as the rays haywire crimson tide scattered through the air. Very well. This will be your grave. The terror tower convulses with imprisoned violence, tremors more intense than any ever felt before. And the girl deflects Vonnegut's opportunistic slash, the crimson trail quickly fading into nothing. Step back. This roar shatters into your ears, carried on a gust of wind. Just as you will your body to move forward, every function within you suddenly shatters apart. Carol's side slices straight through your abdomen. With a twist of the blade, she pulls it free, followed by blood spraying through the air. Oh darn! Pain tears through every nerve as a clash of blades bring behind you once. She breaks through the crimson light like a blooded bathed blade, her flames blazing as she catches your falling body. Don't mind me, take her down first. This is no time to respond. Her blade aims straight at Cradle in the distance. The megacore rages within her frame as all the punishing energy swirling in the air converges, transforming into power to be wielded by her. Nearby, Vonnegut raises his hands, chipping away every force field surrounding his body, to steal off Cradle's movement with all its might. Think it through. Even if it's trying to car and kill me here, you still can't eliminate Agent Zero, who draws power from the red tide. Let alone, you're the one to die too. Oh darn. Okay, this is actually pretty good. Or cooked. Flames erupt violently, and their overwhelming blaze devours everything in an instant. Her unbridled rage, her lingering pain, and the hatred born from her scars puts the chalice it all into a single strike. Stop it! It shouts. In a moment of epic silence, the agent in black raises his arm and violently smashes his cradle broken body deep into the rift. Immediately after, all the force fields still under his control envelop the rift, where the car has vanished. As the white light slowly converges back to its origin, your vision clears to reveal Vonnegut standing before the rift, exerting all his strength to uphold the force fields. What? Mommy? I don't know. Probably? Is it the merciful one? Pyro of the long night. For this alone, I will not yield. What are you doing? Are you going to stop me again? That's what I should be asking. Killing Cranny here won't do us any good. But he seems to harbor a deep primal fear of the torn space before him. With his back to the two of you, he focuses entirely on defending against the rift. His usually composed voice now trembles with barrel-contained grief and anger. Grief even command. The Terror Tower core is destroyed. Everything is about to go completely uncontrollable. The Red Tide is no longer under Curlin's control. While it won't become her tool to attack other eras, it will continue to breed the entire creatures here endlessly. Those mindless monsters will simply roam the Hetera Tower, advancing into other eras to the same rift where you came from. I must concentrate all my power on upholding the force fields here. The barrier containing all of Conceal is no longer sustainable. The Red Tide and the entire creatures below will inevitably enter the Golden Age. Darn! Tell me where the Cradle's blade had pierced. The fight set up in other words, only got struck by the searing pain. The team immediately applies pressure to your wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding, but to little avail. What about your sentence? It's not a viable solution, given the nature of most attendants. Them engaged in repetitive tasks, while being exposed to the Terror Tower capable of altering the past will only lead to further complications. Merge with chaos. Becoming the Agent Zero is the only way to stop all of this. But the barrier before you consumes far less energy than the one encompassing Celia. Why are you struggling to maintain it? Freaking finish his words, a luminous spike erupts from deep within the sealed rift. A razor-sharp spike moves lightning speed, tearing through barrier after barrier, with unstoppable force before piercing straight through the agent's body. Oh dear. That's not good. Vonnegut? He neither answers nor cries out in pain from the grievous wound. With a practiced ease, as if this were all too familiar to him, he reaches out and grasps the spike, impaling him with his bare hands, methodically breaking it down piece by piece. The deep wound in his protected back is left to slowly heal through the punishing. I don't think I need to explain anymore. Her questioning words are cut short as another spike comes. Darn! Once again, Vonnegut's body is pierced through. He repeats his early motion, crushing the crimson energy piece by piece into nothingness. A new wound tears open beside the unhealed injury as punishing heal's capabilities continue to slow down. This is the price that comes with the core's destruction. The core that Lee of your squad reversed didn't just control the territory. It served as a defense mechanism as well. Now, without the core, the corruption it once held back will flood here from another world. If this world were to bear two entirely different catastrophes at once, there would be no hope of recovery. Both of your goal and mine would be equally meaningless. Now, he's taking so much damage to this rift. Lynne is going to stay back and guard the rift. He's actually doing it right now. I don't understand this. It has to be me who stops it. It's all because the core is destroyed. Despite your foresight, witnessing the events unfold before your eyes, the looming despair it heralds weighs heavily on your soul. Don't blame yourself. If Agent Zero hadn't taken the core, the outcome would have been the same, and I wouldn't even had a chance to defend against it. While the situation is dire, we have still avoided the worst case scenario. But now we must find a way to deal with both Red Tide and the Terror creatures leaking into the Golden Age. Can we fix the Terror Tower's core through time rewind? Even though with only one path remaining, he will never stop searching for alternatives. Wait, the key. Looking down, she discovers that the key, after absorbing the Terror Tower's core, has transformed into an eerie cubic crystal. That's the key, with the core stored within it. Even if you try to rewind time with it, the Terror Tower won't be affected. The Terror Tower is like a long tunnel. With it, you can reach different points in time within an area through various exits. But now, oof, again? But now the tunnel itself is damaged. You can't fix it through interference from outside the tunnel. Even from a distance, both of you can see how these few words alone are draining what little strength he has left. There's no turning back now. Only becoming Agent Zero can suppress the Red Tide and prevent the catastrophe you saw. Detective trying to regain his usual composure through this motion. Craven commanded, "We just stand idly by and allow the Red Tide consuming goods to spread across the entire world. Once Agent Zero returns, with the sea of Red Tide, she will instantly complete." Never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway. Where did you send her? The fog. Right behind this rift. There are many ways to enter it. The entire Terror Tower is a danger zone. Without proper authority or key, it's nearly impossible to return. What exactly is the fog? It's a zone of temporal chaos caused by corruption, according to... No, there's time to explain. Agent Zero has authority to return here. What I'm doing now is only a temporary solution. It's time to make your choice, Craven commanded. Don't you want to protect the future you've been fighting for? Yeah. This is insane. Are we even the main character anymore? And that's a very good question. I'm really confused as you. Vonnegut's fears roar compels you to look up and survey your surroundings. Devastation continues to spread through the shadows, while the now leaderless Red Tide flows toward the exit through the rifts created by the agents here in the Terror Tower. Soon enough, it will surge towards the defenseless Consalia, slaughtering the unprepared people of the Golden Age. Over 30 years since the punishing virus outbreak, countless have already fallen in the struggle. If the Red Tide joins the fray, how many will even survive? You've been prepared for this all along, haven't you? Indeed, the two of you standing there have long understood that there would be no returning unscathed. Every one of those tragic divergent futures stems from your present reality. If you run away now, everything you hold dear will fade into nothingness. You don't even know if your other self outside the Tower has already perished in these 30 years. What consequences await will you leave if you leave the tower now? Alright. Press against the bloody abdomen in your wound. You force yourself to sit up from Lucy's arms. If sacrifice is inevitable, then at least let it be yours to bear. I accept your proposal. Take me with you. Fun. Before you can finish speaking, a pair of hands grab you firmly, nearly causing you to collapse to the ground. Lucy can no longer contain her grief and fury, her entire body trembling as she clutches at your coat. Her eyes dart between your eyes and the wound in your abdomen, her mouth opening and closing, yet unable to form a single word. She remains silent, and you ask no question, as if the two of you are having a conversation through this shared silence. And now comes the time to voice a conclusion. All this time, I failed to protect you. She eventually brings herself to say it. At least, let me take your place. Though the dreams didn't fully reveal how Lucia came to this decision, you've sensed coming. Since you woke up, Lucia has been focused solely on evacuating everyone from Concelia and returning to the Terra Tower. Neither of you has breached the final, most crucial question. How exactly will you deal with the Terra Tower? As if this part has been deliberately cut down from the meticulous plan, leaving behind a telling void that speaks volumes in its sounds. You knew I would refuse. I know, but I'm not choosing to die the minute. There's a backup force field at the rift exit, powerful enough to cover the entire hidden underground floor. The hidden floor is already hard enough to find, and given what's coming, no one will venture there anymore. As long as I keep watch over the device, the red tide won't appear ahead of time. What are you talking about? This plan is worse than death itself. Nothing but pure torture. You're planning to guard the rift from the very first until the red tide. Ah! What if the point? Once the Terra Tower appears, those rifts will still. I thought spill spiral back into endless May 3rd once again. Once the Terra Tower appears again, the rifts will multiply, bringing forth the red tide that will destroy everything. At least, this buys us some time. Take the core and return to our era. And then what? Leave you here to die from exhaustion? That's not what matters. Her voice grows even more agitated as she stares at the wound still seeping beneath their clothes. As long as you can skip the core, I'll stand guard until that very moment. Do you have any idea how painful will this be? The Omega Core gives my frame infinite endurance. I can do this. That's not what I'm talking about. It's better than watching you leave. Lucia, I didn't have a choice. This isn't up for discussion. I'm going to go slowly loosens, wanting to lean back against the floor. Just as she checked for a pulse, Lucia now takes her hands in hers, gently pressing it against her. A final farewell filled with warmth and attachment she cannot bear to break. I can't watch you die again. I'll do this even if it means defying your orders, and you won't be able to stop me, not in your injured state. Come back a minute. Return to our time. Return to those you love. You should be surrounded by them, living a long and happy life. This is the future I've always longed for. A peaceful world, a world where you're there. Wait for me there. I won't keep you waiting long. I'll catch up to your time soon enough. If it means keeping you alive, 30 years is nothing. I hold no fear for whatever lies ahead. 30 years! Well, technically that's the present timeline I was supposed to be in, since we did time travel back into the past. That's gonna be a very long time. Sounds like a white light told to a comfort child. Will you really be able to come back? What happens to me, you're safe. Escape is all that matters. Take on everything by yourself. That's just ignorant. That's just arrogance. Then, you're doing the same thing right now. We've always been alike, haven't we? Our thoughts, our decisions, things we do for each other, they've always been alike. I won't compromise on this, and I won't even play for your permission. Her grip tightens. Her resolve said if met with another refusal, she is prepared to knock you unconscious if necessary to accomplish this task. Then please, take this as my plea. If you're really going to do this, there's at least one thing you have to do my way. Go ahead. You take the key. No. Listen to me. If you really mean what you said, then that you'll soon catch up to my time. For me, it'll be a matter of minutes, or maybe a few days apart, unless you're planning to leave and never return. Moreover, I can't predict what lies beyond the Terra Tower. If something goes wrong again, I cannot guarantee the safety of the key. One last thing. If the worst really happens, use the key to save yourself. Promise me. Remember the 9 endings she has seen, and the final path she has chosen. Yeah, this is really hard to take in. Just the visions have shown, the Terror Tower's core now lies destroyed, and she will stand guard by the rift for years to come. Yet none of those visions have shown what would happen if Lucia were to hold the key. She's gambling this. Darn. Do you really think the key can save me? In my dreams, I glimpsed someone using it to escape from the fog. Are you sure? Vonnegut let this information slip earlier as well, but asking Vonnegut now would be pointless. He'd never give an honest answer since he was dead. I just can't let you live like this. When confronting issues to you refuse to compromise on, even your resolute voices sound strikingly alike. After a long moment of contemplation in the face of your unwavering resolve, Lucia eventually concedes with a nod of agreement. I get it now. She gently puts it down from her arms, burying her bitterness deep inside as she composes herself once more. Lucia rises to her feet and puts away the key containing the core. I'm doing good. I'm also feeling touched as well in the story. Kaz promised to send us back to the right era. You can do that too, right? I can only guarantee that the bridge will assist you in going back to the moment you return to the Terror Tower. As for a command, that'll take some luck. Are you certain that this plan of yours will work? Of course. And with Command's severe injuries, it's simply impossible to complete the fusion preparations you need, even if Command stays in the tower. Even with my approval, any mind fusion under these circumstances would be unstable. Do you really want to risk failing again? Alright, I'll do my best to help you both. There's an invisible stairway near the exit at the core level. I'll make it invisible for you. When Japan takes the froggy voice recording, the gift from Yuko. Hold on to this for me, and return it when we meet again. Sure. You must keep my... Okay, of course. For you, it won't take too long. I'll come find you soon. Let me help send you out of the Terror Tower. With a forced bitter smile, she covers her eyes and speaks words that sound all too familiar. See you soon. Oh no. This is... Darn. I'm really impressed in the story writing in this one. Holy crap. Once transformed into a butterfly. Yeah, we're almost done in Lucia's story in this part, and we're nearly at the end. Nearly. So, yeah. For now, I'll take a really short break, probably like around like less than 30 minutes. I'll try to compose myself a little bit. This story is actually too good. Yes, I will take a break just for a bit, and we'll return and continue the rest of the story, because I am dying to know what's gonna happen next. Like, darn. So, yeah. Well, I'll see you guys in a bit. Probably like 20 minutes or 15, something, I don't know. But definitely not more than 30 minutes. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a bit. Right, I'm finally back. Mhm. Yeah, it is time to continue where we left off. Right, let's see. Hope you guys are actually doing okay with all these, the entire storyline, because I'm enjoying this so much. What's to transform into a butterfly? You shall be cut and carved until only life remains. Having bid farewell to her most precious one, Lucia steps into what will become her long imprisonment. Through glimpses of future information, she sees herself standing before the rift. Among the 9 possible features. Yep. Really? She knows this path will lead to the fewest losses. Even still, multiple possibilities await at the end of its path. Yes, really. She has seen a future where, after winning the battle, she and her command return to the correct era with the core, reuniting with everyone. She also has seen one where she fails to hold on for these 30 years, leaving the world in complete chaos. And more often, she has seen herself return to the Terra Tower, repeatedly battling Vonnegut only to fall to his power. Then Commandant make it back safely. And Commandant receive treatment. Was Commandant able to regroup with Liv and Lee without Cradle's interference? These questions remain unanswered, and this anxiety is bound to haunt her for a very long time to come. Should she fail to endure these arduous 30 years? Should she disappoint all those relying on her? How would she ever reconcile with herself? But what other choice is there if no one restores this devastated past? The present that the present couldn't return to would cease to exist entirely. She'll take it as a gamble. She and the command have already found a path of least sacrifice. Through their journey, this alone is worth being grateful for. Misha takes out the paper, 4-leaf cover from her chest, gently caressing it in her palm, as she prays for a miracle at the end of her long imprisonment. No matter what happens, Grey Raven will always reunite. She speaks these words to herself as she gazes at the paper cover. She needs to believe these words. She must believe that miracles are still possible. Meanwhile, she steels herself for what's to come. No matter what, she must fulfill her final promise. Return the core to the command. When everything's gone bleak, we all rely on prayers. The Grey Raven has a long strange string, witnessing Lucius endless. Oh!
行けそれ当たれ集え暁の彼方まで越え行けここが最終防衛
That's like
死守
defense.
して
Ultimate.
赤潮の出現が加速するのを阻止します
Ah,
プリア森林公園後の悲劇は繰り返させません
right. do this. Wow.
カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。これでま
Seven
だ
few minutes.
た
How
った
many
数
more?
分。
How many more
20
years?
号棟の降臨まであと何年。指揮官、もう私たちの時代に戻れましたか。ちゃんと治療を受けていますか。大丈夫、
Fine.
大丈夫。この機体なら私はまだ頑張れる。
It's only a few minutes and she's already struggling at some point. Fine. Here we go again. We're buzzies. This was Raz looking for her. Don't watch your battle in the dream. Yes, but a moment. Yourself cannot. Okay.
それ
20 years later.
どれくらい過ぎた。20年、30年。端末はもうとっくに
Huh?
壊れて。そうだ、あの時こう言えばよかった。再会したら指揮官に。それから一緒に行ったあの場所、
20 years?
グレーレーブンは
And she's still like just nearly halfway. Well, I mean, she's already halfway through, but still, she needs 10 more years.
集え、暁の光。行け、当たれ、カラスバのように輝け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。集え、暁の光。
Yeah, it's an absurd skip. I would agree on that one. Dang.
Severe trauma. A viewer has subscribed to your channel.
That's a huge mental strain.
あな
Yes.
たに会いたい。会いたいです。
Also, thanks for the follow.
会いたい。
So much as time tears her apart. Yeah, it is. That's painful. For 20 years, she was waiting. 30 years, actually. She's gonna endure her 30 years of torment. Uh-oh. Here we go again. Okay, these are special types now. Imagine for like 30 years we'll be doing this over and over. Ow! Freaking. Ow! Freaking. Ow. Freaking. Ow. Need to get away. Ow. Oh my god. This is actually like a huge torture.
さよ羽ばたけ。それ。紅蓮のように咲き乱れ。集え。終わりです。
There we go. Alright. And more rips. Again. Dang. Huh? Oh, this one's new.
空間の境目が消えた。
Wait, did you actually pass towards my universe? I'm just kidding. That's an endless fog. You'll see nothing. The end of the dream is engulfed by an endless white fog. Time seems to fade away, and all sounds ceases to exist. Everything disappears, dissolving into the true domain of the fog. Her decision parting becomes scissors that, over this unending passage of time, ruthlessly sever all that can be stripped away from her, yet peculiarly sparing her life alone. She remains alive, nothing more than alive. Oh, my ears. The buzzing key in her hand serves as a reminder. She still has her life left to lose. So Shaper's ripples. Severance. Fine. Whoa. Okay. I'm still continuing this. And we're at Vonnegut's part now. Darn. I cannot miss this. I must know. What do you mean by what? At the end of the white fog, the Grey Raven Command sinks into a new dream. In this dream of a madman, perspectives spiral into chaos. He possesses multiple identities, often unable to distinguish who truly is. At times, he is a renowned professor. At others, his consciousness drifts through the manic illusions of countless murderers. We're taking the punishing part a bit too serious. It is punishing. Like, imagine getting imprisoned for 30 years just to find out those things. For 30 long years. That's punishing indeed. He tends to patients with healing hands and slaughters the entire hospital with a loosened mind. For a long time, he lives in a constant stage fright, never knowing which consciousness dwelling within his body will take the spotlight next, what intentions they will harbor, or what consequences they will bring. Upon becoming Vonnegut, becoming an agent, and being reborn in a new vessel, he begins constantly trimming away at his own mind data. Only by cutting away the uncontrollable and unnecessary parts, but serving what is uncontrollable and meaningful, can he truly become himself. Vonnegut compiles what remains of his self into a chaotic report, like an undelivered last will, forever put away in his terminal. It begins thus. Nemo was a sickly child from birth. After graduation, he underwent the surgery. Oh, so we're gonna go for a backstory in Vonnegut. That's why it's so. That's why it's so well to me. Story and situation of the world was already bad at 30. Yeah, but at 30 times with no resolution is punishing. And I felt no gratitude for his father arrangements for this increasingly widespread technology. Instead, he saw in the mind data and employed technology that harbingers of war and fundamental flaws. Vonnegut. Vonnegut. He abandoned the great expectations his father had placed in him, refusing to add fuel to the approaching fires of war. Instead, he put his tireless counterpart to use by pursuing a license as a psychiatric physician. His father betrayed him and berated him as a coward who'd give up eating for fear of choking, too afraid to pursue the advancement of civilization and technology. Nemo offered no defense, and from that day forward, cut all ties with his family. It was until years later, after working in a rural psychiatric hospital, that Nemo reconnected with his father. He encountered the initial victims of the chaos contamination. Dr. Nemo, we already ran tests on the patient in bed 12 the day before yesterday. Why are you requesting additional examinations? Several readings seem abnormal. Same ones you've been reporting? Just forget about it. It's clear as schizophrenia no matter how you look at it. We have plenty of patients with similar symptoms. Why so fixated on this one? We have other patients showing similar abnormalities. Yeah, I'd say it's best to let go. Reports in bed 12 never really caught anyone's eye before. The hospital's already swamped. Don't add more stress to yourself. If you're really set on following me through, take it in a major hospital. I suppose a facility like ours doesn't have the proper equipment anyway. Yeah, Nemo. No one cared, and no one thought about investigating. After careful deliberation... After careful deliberation, Nemo compiled his findings into a report and sent it to his father, whom he hadn't contacted in years. Days later, a mysterious fire broke out in the inpatient department. Security, hold the patients down and get them to the first floor. Don't let any of them escape. We've got bed 12 under control and bed 13. Security! Help me, there's no time left. Everyone must know the truth. We need to evacuate now. The fire is still spreading. Pin this guy down first. He's still gonna make trouble for us on the way out if we don't. Dr. Nemo, hold him down. I'm going to inject him with a phosphopropofol disodium. I don't like this word. This is really mouthful. Phosphopropofol. Sorry, I'm trying to like it. Fine. It's not its alter reality. You see. Seriously, chemical names are so weird. That's why I love astronomy, because they have simple ways to call things. Like, for example, like you name these things like hydrogen dioxide or rather, dihydrogen oxide. What's it? Hydrogen? Yeah, dihydrogen oxide, and then there's like these hydrogen peroxide or whatever those things are. You have all these chemicals going around. Meanwhile, in astronomy, you have like what? Simple words like, how do you call like Jupiter's strongest storm? The Great Red Spot. Well, what about the thing after a star dies and it turns into a really big gaping hole? A black hole. Yeah, it's just really funny. It's just really simple. It's really easy to remember. then what they call the galaxy that the solar system is actually residing on. And residing in. We call it the Milky Way because it looks white as a milk. Milky. I don't know, it's just really funny. Meanwhile, we all struggle with all these biological and chemical names. It's so weird. Call it the thingy. It's easier. Call it thingy. Okay, I'll call it the thingy. Or if I start like slurring my own words and you know it's kind of near to that word, yeah, you'd understand. People would understand, right? So if I say like a phosphorophosphorapple, yeah, you would understand. You know what I was referring to. I remember this weight and dosage. We need to administer it now. Keep it steady. The three of them pinned the struggling man down in a relatively safe area as Nemo prepared to inject a sedative. When suddenly... Hey, did you hear something? Ooh. The blast sent reeling crash into the wall, hurling toward three people restraining the patient. Ew. That's... Rip. I need to make that the official name. Like, the thingy? Investigation concluded that the incident was caused by degraded electrical wiring, despite having been inspected just last month, which resulted in the fire. Several patients attempted to flee during the chaos, but were later caught and transferred to a larger hospital. Only Nemo survived, having become a construct, though he left the hospital taking responsibility for the incident. A twist of fate inadvertently saved him from being further infected by chaos contamination. The incident was later classified as an anomalous event triggered by the termination of chaos contamination incubation cycle. The Vanguard team conducted an investigation and implemented corrective measures. However, as long as the chaos contamination remained uncontained, any attempt to correct the past would only lead to the same outcome, or something even worse. This is our fault. We should have left the past alone. Things would have turned out like this. It's far too late for that now. We're allies to those infected. To solve it from the root, you have to be the one to do it. Kill them, Nemo. Release them from their suffering. The dream's vision suddenly ends here, traveling through the fog and stars before settling in a place not entirely unfamiliar. It should have been just another ordinary afternoon when Professor Trout was invited to provide pro bono medical services at the Science Council Internal Hospital. While waiting for the next patient, he received a cryptic message. 0-point energy will cause... Oh, okay. I think it's a warning about a 0-point energy reactor that will cause the punishing virus. Kilgore? What do you mean? Yeah, that's his name. Professor Trout Kilgore. Or was it Kilgore Trout? I think it's Trout Kilgore. December 25, 2150. Message from the future. This is trying to examine more closely. The mail vanished, replaced by new content. Contamination. Report. This message also came with an accessible attachment. Once again, it only lasted for a second, before vanishing and replaced by new content. Chaos data. Oh, okay. It's an inaccessible attachment in mail content that vanished quite instantly. Construct technology, force field data. Ah, okay. I think I'm beginning to understand what's going on. It continued to intrigue Trout, but interest was all it could remain. The messages couldn't be opened or even recorded, leaving Trout at a dead end. According to Nemo, the Vanguard team had attempted to send data to the Science Council of the past. These messages contained warnings about 0-point energy attracting the contaminating mimetic. Research reports on contaminating mimetics.
A viewer has subscribed to your channel.
Oh, hello, Six. Thanks for the follow. And data about chaos contamination and information on construct technology and force fields. Even without human carriers, the very act of sending information and data to the past would result in chaos contamination corrupting the messages. These messages were randomly scattered to various locations. Most people would never even saw their fleeting contents, and those who did simply dismiss. Darn, I can't read it. Wait, hold on. Those didn't simply dismiss them as a spam or virus notifications. Okay. To turn the tide of defeat, the time travel is essential. But using time travel would only further spread the chaos contamination, the future where mnemonics is already beyond salvation. Note, to this day it remains unknown if the Dominic in this world, or the person bearing the same expectations, ever received similar messages. Whether they too were unable to read the complete contents, if they read everything about, but made different plans. Flashbang. Yeah, it is a flashbang, because white background. Regardless, those messages came to an abrupt end here. 1 week later, at the same location and precisely at noon, Trump received another message from the future. Hello? How is the world where you are? This time the message did not vanish. Driven by curiosity and seeking a bit of entertainment, Trump composed a reply. Hello, I'm glad to receive your message. The world I'm in isn't ideal. We have plenty of perfectly healthy lunatics going around and hurting people. About a minute passed before another message arrived, but its sending date was several days later than the previous one. Do you also need blank and kill the infected? The symptoms appear to schizophrenia. They have typical and and the only solution is to kill them preemptively. The term infected eluded Trout's comprehension. He was already writing a book detailing the manipulation and coercion of individuals deemed not guilty by reason of insanity into taking their own lives. Schizo. Yeah. Yes, it seems we share the same regrets. How many have you gotten rid of yourself? That is a very strange question. Hospital, blank, 106 people. This on the message with even earlier sending date. 107, my father too. Alright, with this, you've taken care of all of those infected ones within your reach. Keep the force field equipped, protective suit. Welcome to the Vanguard team. No, I don't want to. Where are you off to next then? Plan to atone for those you killed by taking your own life? I'm just tired of it all. Our team is running short on capable people, and your father even spoke a few to Dominic before he was infected. If you truly wish to die, make it count for something at least. At this rate, there won't be a single living human left in this world soon. And how about this? Dominic's next plan might call for a sacrifice. Well, give me an answer. Sure. For Professor Trout, who stayed at the Science Council to provide free medical consultation, the third message from the future arrived just a few days after the previous one. The sender, however, seemed like someone on a business trip. The time of transmission kept changing along with their location. Is there someone, Dominic? Okay, I think the question here is like, is there someone like Dominic? And where are you now? Are you referring to the founder of the Science Council? Yes, please find Dominic. I went looking, but didn't get to meet Dominic. I'll try again later. Please find Dominic. Yes, Dominic. I didn't get to meet that person today, but I did catch up with Dominic's assistant and shared these future messages with her. She denied everything, brushed it off as a prank, and mentioned the Science Council had no intentions of developing a time machine. Dominic forgot Vanguard team? I think. I met with Dominic today and brought up these messages again. Dominic claimed to have no recollection of them, similar to what the assistant said. You forgot something? Or maybe I forgot? He abandoned the Vanguard team? I don't know. I'm guessing. Why? I think this is why. Maybe this disregard was needed while we talked. I felt like it wasn't Dominic completely forgot. Those details just didn't seem to matter much to Dominic. What I mean is, Dominic's attitude was more like someone who just heard bits and pieces about future events. Perhaps this Dominic isn't the person you're looking for, but rather someone whose situation is similar to the relationship between you and me. This is merely speculation, of course. Will you trust to help us? I've grown weary of this world. I'm open to some crazy projects, but you'll need to tell me what exactly needs to be done first. Besides that, I have one last personal matter to attend to. Professor Kilgerchild makes public confession in his new autobiography. A reporter from a news agency received the latest novel by Professor Kilgerchild. Except for early life anecdotes, the book details how the protagonist, a psychiatrist of 15 years, manipulated and drove 13 individuals to suicide. And all were patients he had treated for mental illnesses, with the latter half of the book including the actual case files of the 13 patients. One of the patients bore an identical name to the mastermind behind the museum arson case from 15 years ago. Professor Trout's family members were what? Were among the victims of that incident. After repeated verification, who is he talking to? We don't know. Someone from the future. And basically, Kilgore or Trout was actually talking to someone in the future, and we don't know who that is. Oh, Yuri. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm trying to finish this story. 30 people he incited to commit suicide and all had criminal records, but were largely exempt from punishment due to mental illnesses. According to the reporter's detailed investigation during the 15 years, Professor Trout worked as a psychiatrist. He assisted the police in identifying around 100 criminal cases involving mentally ill individuals, with 13 believed to have driven to suicide. In an interview, he disclosed his motive to test if those who justified murder with mental illness would themselves resort to the same reasoning for suicide, and yet it still hadn't stopped people from speaking out for him. So far, 7,411 people have initiated a joint petition online and organized an offline march. The police have yet to discover further evidence linking to Professor Kilgore Trout to the 13 suicides. Okay. So far, it's just mental illness is a real thing. No. Here's the thing. Yes, mental illness is a real thing. What they're actually trying to say here is that the mental illness was actually caused by something that's actually more like an infection instead of like, that causes mental illness. I want to delve into more possibilities before the world meets end, regardless of where I may find myself. And one section that's worse. Okay. Incident report. Trans mind data has been lost. As if it was deleted, but that's impossible. Someone must be helping him. Consciousness data don't just vanish into thin air. He escaped. I hope you're doing well, Professor Trout. Our current technology is limited. My consciousness is cluttered with too many other voices, but the digitization process remains necessary. You seek someone to take over Agent Zero's authority, and I'm curious to see what possessing such power would be like. But first, one must shed their human vessel. But my limited, I hope Dominic will do preparations for this will be all in vain. Of course, he planned everything. I guess it's this planned. We won't have any room to intervene. Let's treat this as a contingency plan. Then, after all, this world still lacks means to freely rewind time. Why don't you tell everyone about the the fog warning, gas warning, gas contamination warning? Do you think that would have made any difference? Yes, there is a place. Following Trout's instructions, Lithos carried the container housing Trout's consciousness and lurked in Concelia for days, before finally sneaking into the underground hidden floor. After a long wait, precisely at the ignition of the 0-point Reactor 1 and the outbreak of the Punisher virus, a strange rift materialized before Lithos. A young man staggered out of the rift, collapsed before Lithos, and reached out his hand, giving Trout's consciousness. That marked their first encounter. What happened to the Terran Tower's core you mentioned? The core can't be destroyed, and neither can Agent Zero. If I brought the core with me, she would follow. So I left it with the bridge. As Nima had predicted, the contaminated medic of this world did not appear. Likely due to Dominic's more thorough preparations. You have some water? Yeah. I think I should. At the bridge at the bridge across streams failed to seal students' reminder. The future threat remained unilluminated. Agent Zero still existed in their terror tower would appear again. We're gonna be here for a long time. I guess. Probably 2 more hours? Approximately, because I don't know how long this story would go. Unless I start like reading how I how I do things, how I read things. Because usually when I read, I actually read way faster than how I actually like, you know, say things. I mean, I could give you an example of how fast I can read. Do you guys want to see how fast I can read? Of course, I'm not gonna say anything if I do that. I'm not gonna read it out loud. Far away. Well, okay then. Yeah. Just take note. I won't be talking. Can read the important part. We can go quickly. Sure. I hope you can catch up because most people I met so far, they were actually having trouble on catching on how I read. So anyway, okay, let's go ahead. Like that. Okay, there we go. Wow. And it has like more cutscenes for the pictures to actually come in. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Now. Wow. It's cute in all form. Okay. Oh, now I can progress in the story like way faster. Hmm. Oh. Just 1 month? Well, I mean, after Cradle Parade? Yeah, because during the Cradle Parade, you were missing for a month. Actually, no. In Cradle Parade, you were missing more than a month. You were freaking missing for, how long was it? 2 years? No, wait. You were missing for a year, a whole year. Creative Party, yeah, you were missing for a whole year in that freaking story. Hmm. Oh, yeah. So he only mentioned like after a month of No, not really after the Cradle Parade. Supposed to be considered solution. Okay. Actually, I just jumped about you. Matt Nemo, Professor Trout. Okay. nobody needs to help me right now, and even if you keep me locked here, I have ways of being uncooperative. Okay, so this one's a previous layer. Whoa! What will happen if it collapses? And you put engineers corticals, yes. Don't know? Dominic's invitation. Yes, I'll remember this one. That's just my theory. Sounds a really convincing theory. So you mean the current Dominic is more like Dominic's successor? Huh. You already asked too. By the way, you're going to sit down and answer me. Go ahead. Ask when I get a personal question. Are you left-handed? Okay. Not really. But I need to maintain certain habits of my own. You just mentioned that these symptoms of mine. Okay. Personal question. Are you left-handed? Same to feature. Okay. Nemo? Another gate. Civilization without life. Incorrect civilizations. Ah. That's how you see me in humanity. This is your vision of an ideal world? Dang. What if we disagree? Yeah, I'll definitely slap him. There. Yes. Just puts on the mask again. I just want to hit you. Slap him again? Yes, I want to see the face. That doesn't budge an inch. Ow! Ouch! Okay, tell me what you want. Care to take a gamble? Oh. Actually, I didn't know. Just trying to take Andy to talk. Dang. Hmm. Yeah, pretty much. Those options are so unintentionally funny. Savvy, you know you want to? Yes. I mean, don't get me wrong. He really has a handsome face. That's another thing. I want to take the gamble now. Eh, you just agreed? Okay. And Nemo. Oh dear. Alright, when it comes down to it, I will not evade the sacrifice. I just wanted to see your jawline. We'll just leave it at that. Definitely just gonna leave it at that. Yeah, we're gonna try and accelerate our reading process so we can finish the entire story. Because we're at the final part already. You're back. How's Chaos doing? Yes. Are you alright? Why did you come back? Are you still going to do this? New plan. What are you planning? Okay. And Vonigan's gonna buy this new plan. See if it works. They have the gamble. Sure about this. I trust Lucia. So, other consequences in Babylonia. So we're just gonna buy time and gamble the things that needs to be done. Oh, let's get started. Here we go. I'm sorry. Fine. Imagine enduring all that 30 years of continuous combat. And you're just by yourself. And everything else is hostile. Oh. Okay.
ここが出口。性質は異獣強盗と似ている。機能も同じ。ただここの方がより橋に近い。
これが私たちのルール。私たちの安全区域。あなたに残せるもの。私たちの遺書。
にもこの世界から離れ0号対向車を徹底的に消せる方法を探してほしい。
Oops. Okay, so you can actually fall into this one. Okay. Noted. Wait, so I guess I have to jump here? This is hard. This is really hard to control. You know what? I'm gonna use my mouse for this one and press this button instead. Okay, that's much easier.
まだ破壊が及んでいない世界を救ってくれ。生きることを望む人々を救うんだ。
私たちのことは忘れて助けようなんて考えないで。時間を巻き戻すチャンスを私たちのために使ってはダメ。
Yeah, I really need to I need to run and at the same time press that button again.
あなたたちが決めたルールがここを守っているんですね。ですが、
Okay, here we go.
押し通らせてもらいます。当たれ。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。これ以上の戦闘は無意味。離脱します。
Oh dear. Oh dear. I have to time it. Okay. It's perfect time things.
この橋、まるで亡骸でできているような。
ドミニクは去った。彼は準備しなければ、私たちの英雄として。前へ進め。にも贖罪を望むのなら父の最後の願いを遂げるんだ。それは私たちの願いでもある。私はここに残るしかない。出口は下だ。
Oh darn.
この橋は私を拒絶している。急がなければ。
Ah, freaking. I did not see that one. Ow. There. Just had to be sure. Oh, okay. Oh dear. Come on. on.
指揮官、私やっと。
Homecoming butterfly. Oh. Hmm. Aww. Alright, thanks to you and Lee. It's vision to Chatar is inspired any further. Mm-hmm. Ah. Welcome back. That's a very nice reunion. Years of combat. Life or death, escape from the fog, and she shows no signs, no serious issues. Fine. So wait, we need to help Chaos. Let's kill Cradle first. This is a gamble. If he disagrees, a fight between us is inevitable. But this plan is our best bet for now. Down. Okay. Well, we finally meet again. You guys certainly weren't easy to find. Is it about time you give up? These futile struggles only make your life read like a tedious, wearisome novel. I don't know. Reading like a freaking villain's actually pretty nice at times. We're still continuing like this. And here I thought you'd keep watching from the sidelines. Must have been quite painful for you these days. And yet, you still help them. Don't tell me you're working together now. Excellent. This way, we might just write ourselves a nice, clean ending, despite the reef's resilience when faced with the relentless tides. It will eventually yield. Ow.
今私を信じるべきです。
あなたを信じた人はもういません。共に咲き誇りましょう。
What the? Ow.
集え、暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。当たれ、集え、暁の光。 カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け、グレンのように咲き乱れろ。
今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。
行け。
あなたたちの物語に触れたい。
また。
集え、暁の光。カラスバのように翼よ羽ばたけ。
共に咲き誇りましょう。
Ow! Freaking. Uh oh. What happened to my screen? Fine.
集え、暁の光。グレンのように咲き乱れろ。
失敗したのはコレドールだけですか。
Let's go closer to this last song. Yeah, I was actually listening to it.
Subscribe to your channel.
Victim suicide epidemic. That sound effect. Yeah. You see. Oh darn. You worthless rotten wood. Why can't you just obey my orders? Don't catch your breath. Okay. One. Dang. This is the ending you deserve. Ending? Why? Why give up the moment right before you're getting everything? Jen eyes, looking to understand anything. Who cares? Oh, she's transforming. Fine. I'm getting goosebumps right now. Chaos. Alright. I thought I got sense. Okay. This chaos. Okay, so this is the gamble, I guess. Okay. So upon defeating Cradle, we got chaos consumed by the and turned her into an Agent Zero. Despite the tremendous cost, I've won every gamble along this path so far. You have other options. Humanity still has a chance to turn the tide. So in the end, force is still what it takes to reach an agreement. I think that the ceaseless cycles of struggle have clouded my judgment, but from where I stand, it appears that you too are blinded by your past triumphs, oblivious to the true crisis at hand. Let the survivor be the judge of right and wrong. Dang. Huh. Fine. Oh, and so it begins. The fight with Bodyguard. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Oh dear.
始めましょう。
集え暁の光。
Go. Let's go. Wait,
ガ
is
ラ
he?
ス場のように
Okay,
無
there
意
we
味
go.
です。
How? Freaking.
当たれ。集え暁の光。
新しい方法を見つけましたか。
彼方まで越え行け。
I'm gonna break your shields.
行け。集え暁の光。グレンのように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
無意味です。
How? Freaking. What the?
視界でも
Ow.
何も変わらない。
大丈夫。まだ耐えられます。
I lost that one. I think this is domain. Can't really harm him or anything that much. Okay. There.
集え暁の光。
Uh-oh. Hold on. My tracker just died. There we go.
グレンのように咲き乱れろ。
Huh. Dang.
試行錯誤の末にようやくこの計画を作り出しました。多少犠牲は伴いますが、この計画がなければさらに結果は凄惨になる。
私たちの犠牲ありきの計画など絶対に許さない。
Ow. What the? Ow. Okay.
目的地は同じであるべき。
敵が同じでも求める未来が違います。
Ow. Freaking.
必ず成功する計画より
どんな代償を払っても必ず約束を守ります。
Ah, frick. Oops. Okay. Ah, okay, I went down. Yeah. Ow. Oh, that's a fight where actually. Oh, I remember that part. That was the shooting star I saw before.
もう終わりにしまし
Wait,
ょう。
that actually concludes most of the
集
stuff.
え暁の光。
Oh, it's glitching now. Wait, he infused himself with a key. Okay, that can be right. Okay, I guess that's the reason why I actually have to beat him. Okay, let's do this. Ow, freaking. Come on. There. I can't beat me that easily. Ow! Freaking holy crap, I did not expect that amount of damage. That damage is... whoa. Well, you're big. He's big. Whoa, okay. I did not know he has that kind of technique. Uh-oh. What the? I'm gonna beat the lights out of you. Okay, now he's stuck. Until dawn arrives. Well, I missed a couple of things. I wonder how many times it turns to defeat Seal and defeat Vonnegut in the Undying State. Undying State? Huh. Okay. That's something I need to try. Later on. Shaper's Ripples. You have found the Seed of Miracles. The agent hands gradually lowers to his sides. Though I can no longer fight, the spikes pursue him relentlessly, as if chasing down a sworn enemy who has thwarted them for years, determined to fight to the bitter end. His form, scarcely resembling a human now, wrestles against the spikes piercing through him. Dang. I warn you again, merging with chaos is the only stable solution. But remember, the Terra Tower's collapse has become far too severe. Unless you determine results, I will never let you re-enter again. Okay, so now he's suffering. Farewell. The next time we meet, we will likely be true enemies. That is one of the scariest forms I've seen. If you had taken Lucia out of the Hatterton before it started the fight, you could have won without even raising your blade. Why didn't you do it? I mean, the Hatterton unguarded would only make things more dangerous. Is that all? Perhaps I'm just tired. I hope those two can prove themselves right so that I can finally be freed from this endless cycle. If I find freedom, I need you to help me stay conscious a while longer. And high concentration punching virus, chaos hovers before Ivanica, bending her arms to her next move. I trust that when you chose to have the fight inside the tower, you were ready to become a terror creature. Yes, of course. Since I've been left behind, let's go to hell together. Haven't been in hell all along? Dang. Wow. Going home, returning to everything once familiar, back to the peaceful life you used to have. Dang. Mean it. Okay. And here, since you. Aww. Let's see. We're home. And that's another ending we actually achieved. It's finally over. Look. See that? Huh? What happened? As countless cracks and corrosion marks spread across her frame. Wait, what? What's going on? What's this place? Doesn't matter where. Okay. I believe that the punching concentration here is too high. The mega core is. Oh! Darn. Be like this. Let's get out of here. Wah. I'm actually gripping my breath right now. Huh. Let me help you. Promise? Okay. built together, you and I. From noon until nightfall, you walk. That's a very long walk. All the instruction. Emma Copperfield. Emma. Oh, this is not our ending. Come on down. Wait. Aw. I feel the same. Just stop talking like you're saying goodbye. What force vehicle comes to stop beside the town? Oh! How's it going? This is not good. A mega car overload is reversible. Does she have any old frames left? I thought we should have kept the plume frame. Where is he? Sorry. He's gone. Wait, he's gone? That can't be right. Wait. Okay. What happened to Babylonia? They abandoned the entire Earth, leaving the Arctic Union. Seriously? Vanessa? Wait, she's still here? She's still around? Why does she look so beautiful? Oh my god, she's actually... She's gorgeous now. Like, way gorgeous. Not that crappy looking... Babylonia. Oh no. Holy crap, this is Vanessa? It's been too long. This greeting comes 30 years late. I thought this time you were finally dead for real. Luna said you would definitely... Wait, Luna's here! Wait, don't tell me she's part of your group. Luna? Can't even keep the Arctic joint route running without her. I'll see about that later, but do you know where Lucy's plume frame is stored? Her mega core is severely damaged. She has to switch back to her old frame. The plume frame? What about the people and equipment to contain... Let's run right in front of you, Emma. But she specifically said we need to find the plume frame. Vanessa? Be quiet for a moment. I'm looking for someone who can answer your questions. Your hand? Oh, that's ancient history. When Egret went through another big crisis, I was the only one who survived. After that, I became a construct. What? Okay, I did not expect, like, after these years. What are the odds she actually become a construct? Okay, I did not know this one. captain of Scarab. Oh, okay. Wait, where's Valeria? Like, she's the captain unless Valeria died. Like, did she? Oh, she's gone. Darn. But Valeria's pretty cool though. Darn. With both our long shots. First option, come back to the Arctic, join room with Emma. All the personnel and equipment for consequences are here. Well, given the current service conditions, it'll take at least 14 days to get there. Can Lucia hold on for that long? Guess a questioning look at Emma. She streaks her head. What's the other option? Find a plume frame. And Emma needs to drive 2.6 kilometers east. Wait, no, 2 point. Wait, that's 2,614 kilometers. That's gonna take you days. Just let Rosa finish. Rosa? Wait, Rosa's here? The girl in video has a construct buddy. Gun is... Oh. So Rosa became a construct after all these years. I'm trying to luck there. Okay. Naturally. Right. Good luck to you. Hey, welcome back. Rasa, I'm here. Tell me what happened over these years. Fine. There's like a lot of things. The only Cameron one she remained in Strike Hawk now. Cameron disappeared during an investigation mission. Cameron went to search for him. Wait. Cameron disappeared during an investigation mission, and Kamui went to search for him. Neither of them ever returned. Oh. Cerberus managed to evacuate safely. Murray passed away from illness. Yeah, he has a sickness in that one. Dark Ares volunteered for a rear guard mission during the retreat, only to be completely wiped out. Wait, Dark Ares actually... Oh god, that's actually really sad. Current type of mistranslations. Match made in heaven. Now all the Scarab and members of the support force remain at the base. Darn. So Babylon left them. Scarab is like the only thing that's actually standing with the support force. I don't know what happened to the Purifying Force nor the Forsaken as well. Dark Ares is already wiped out. The Cerberus is, well, at least they're still there, I guess. And partly of the Starkhawk, Chrome and Wanshi remained. The Camuis are missing. Darn. Still longer. What's gonna happen now? In the first light. How much longer will it take? Almost there. I'll turn south, entering a street that resembles those in the clean zone. Oh dear. Of all things, terror creatures. I'll cover you. Come on, stay seated. Goodness. Fine. much longer. 3 hours, but what's wrong? Oh dear. As we a whimper fades away, leaving behind terrifying sounds. This is bad. I already lost a set of repair tools on my way over. Isn't too far, but let's go there on foot. It's already dark, and walking is too dangerous. With your wounds, you'll soon get corrupted. There's no danger to worry about. I'll go with you. Stay here. Emma and I will look for it. We'll be right back. Don't worry about me. Fine. Went through every possible location from the most promising armory to the surface combat preparation room. From dust-covered personal launches. Huh. I guess we haven't found anything. And look on your end? There's a sent new announcement. There are still 2 locations worth checking. Thanks. Why is Rasa on the surface? Shouldn't be with Asimov? Wait, what happened to Asimov then? Well, he came down in secret before they set sail, and missed our transport back because of it. Oh! Seeking revenge for her parents. Oh, right. Unbelievable, isn't it? She was still human then and so young. And the last I heard of him, he was gravely ill. Then, he left with the others. He's also now in charge of technologists like Asimov. A genuine prodigy. A true genius. Indeed. But there are no ifs. So, if they're in an Arctic Joint Union, then where's Rosetta? She's supposed to be there, including the forest guard. Wonder what happened to them. Alright, let's search quickly with the light. Okay. There's nothing. Darn. Hibernation pod. Something perfectly sealed. A coating? Oh, Luz's name. Wonder what this is. Picked up a case and activated the preview, revealing a drawing signed by Ayla before. Whoa! Wait, so there's a frame that Ayla apparently left. A frame that's actually left behind by Ayla. Or designed by Ayla, I guess. Pretty nice, right? And it's for farm location. Okay, so I guess this is how we go for. Darn. Aw. Did you find anything? I guess we're gonna find someone for coding or something. I don't know. A different frame. Spoilers, but most answer are to the Galaxy Star quest. I'll look into it later. Come on. Done. We'll see ya. What did you say in the car? I think you were gone for so long, I was worried. Oh, it's you're safe. We go from here. I found this. This is the coding that WGA prepared for you. Remember? Liv mentioned it before we left. I'm still in the world government. Okay. Kind of like that summer, right? I remember. Huh. What did you put on this coating? Sure. Looks it only has 1 hour left. Oh, that looks nice. Also, hello, Calyx Nix. Yes. Welcome to the stream. Let it end here. I more cautiously traps within the Terra Tower and the chaos contamination spreading. Okay. Yeah, so many things happened. Of course. Giant Rubik's Cube. It's shifting every twist and combination. Yeah. Did you know how this would end all along? Did you know from the start that reaching the Terra Tower would cost you your life no matter what? As we have found the seed of a miracle. No one has ever managed to take the Terra Tower's core outside in such a safe form, right? How'd you? We'll press on, far beyond, until you reach a place where everyone can be brought back. Ah. When the time comes, if you still want to come, find me. Okay, that's right. Huh. It's like the old times, even when she was badly injured. And, well, technically she kind of died-ish. Yeah, I still remember this part. And we also saved Liv. Also went with Lee. Went through against Pulga Forest Park. Yeah. That thing is a really, really long journey. Aww. I promise you, I won't blame myself and I won't give up. And the further clover we folded together before setting out. Yeah, I still have the froggy you gave me. Why did you say thank you? Aww. I was gonna say worlds, but I guess it's not just the worlds, it's pretty much understandable. Maybe what if we go for this route? Oh no. What is it? Suffering dividends and from same sound. God's sake. Fine. Say goodbye with this in hopes you've long known how I feel about you. Dang. Say goodbye to you. Let's see what words could possibly. This is very dramatic. Darn. Huh? I'm lost for words. I'm so lost for words in this one. I was not expecting this, but I am so speechless. Darn. Turn away no more. Why wilt thou turn away? The starry floor, the watery shore, is given thee till the break of day. Why? I freaking lost Lucia. Hold on. Let me just compose myself a little bit. Hold on. I've seen deaths here and there, and guess I have to wait for. I have to do the next quest, which is to the galaxies, just to see how this all unfolds. Because that was one of the endings, well, 9 endings that we tried to gamble on, and yeah. We risked it. Yeah, I mean, Shiva's Ripples hits way harder than I actually expected it to, compared to the other chapters. Darn. Skip the ending of the Shaper's Ripples. Dang. Hmm.
あなたの気にかける未来にあなた自身もいてください。指揮官。
Yeah, it doesn't really help me that I actually played Lucia as part of my secretary in this one. Or chief assistant, rather. Darn. Well, on the bright side, I finished the story, which is really nice. Watch your serum? I know. I can see my serums. I have to like spend 12 of them. Hold on. Let me just get all of them now. Wait, since 12 hours, yeah, I can still spend all these things. Yeah, I'm gonna waste them, all of them. So why not? There. There's a bright side. There's always a bright side. Somehow. Somehow. I don't know which one to get at this point. Maybe I'll just grab something. I'll just hold on to this for a while. There. Dang, that was unexpectedly very touching story. But still, I can still get over that Lucia actually had to you know, fine. Let's see if I can I still can't get this. Fine. Let's see if I can another roll, but I'll just finish up all the stuff here first. Honor rank up. Dang. I freaking love this music so hard. And even after learning the entire Star of Shaper's Rebels is, well, just emphasize the entire well, whatever I feel right now. Darn. Alright. Wow. They always like really crunch my heart like most of the time. At least it's way better than getting jump scared, I guess. Like way better. I wonder if I missed anything. Oh, by the way, I also tried finishing the Crescent Sun like off stream. I don't want to go back here because this one's really scary as fuck. Like really scary. I was screaming. I also hit my mic like several times. Yeah. It's really hard. I just couldn't believe like of all these quests, like how it all started. Like, dang. Just looking back at it, just wow. I'm pretty much stuck in the future, so I don't know what's gonna happen next. What about to the galaxy and how will well, Nanami is gonna be on the StarNet shows or in that chapter, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen. And since she's from the future, I wonder how she'll help out in this situation. But we'll find that out in on the next chapter or on the next stream for Punishing Grey Raven. Just an action sci-fi gacha game, bro. It doesn't get too deep. Yeah, and that's why I love this game, because like the story really hits hard, and the gameplay is also pretty nicely done too. The character designs are also really superb. Like even Nanami as well, like her design and her weapon is like a really good design for it. Freaking shield axe. And come to think of it, yeah, my Crimson Ring is like on the top, followed by Lamia, and then my Pyro with Lucia. Darn. If I have a CB, she might actually surpass Crimson Weave. Just might. Dang. So much things has happened in this freaking chapter, and I do not regret playing this chapter as well as the well, pretty much the entire story. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to call this a day, and we'll go ahead and continue the story for the To the Galaxies on the next stream for PGR. So the next stream, as of this week, we'll be trying out a new game called God Eater 3. So as I've seen before, like on the trailer, I just saw the trailer, and I tried to not spoil myself with the with the gameplay, or rather the story of God Eater 3, and I did not see I haven't seen or haven't played God Eater 1 and 2 because to be honest, I don't have it. I only have God Eater 3, so I think it's not bad to try out God Eater 3, just like how I tried Devil May Cry 5. It was my very first Devil May Cry game I've ever played, which is the 5th one, and PGR is gonna have a collab with DMC5. I'm expecting probably in July. It's my perspective, but Who knows? I think I'm gonna mark that one as of this April, since I'll gamble if it's gonna be this coming July. And what's even funnier is that if DMC5 would land on my birth month, damn. Okay. Maybe revisit the old DMC games as well. I'm gonna save up some budget for that one because I'm technically working on well, earning for something else to improve the stream experience. What else? Yeah, so next stream is gonna be God Eater 3 on Wednesday. So same time, GMT plus 8, 9 p.m. And as for people in the US EST, I'm not sure what time would that be, because with all these daylight savings, well, let me check. Hold on. Okay, so right now it's just 12 hours difference, so it's gonna be 9 a.m. EST. Yeah. And we'll go ahead and check. Let's see. Is there anybody we can probably redirect on if there's anybody available? Since we're like a couple of people here and I don't want to, like, you know, drag you to like in with just a few people. There might be someone who's online at this time. Let's see. Never mind, they're all offline. Okay. That's fine, I guess. I guess we can end the end the story here, or rather end the stream here. Yeah, we can just end the stream here, and yeah. So once again, thanks guys for dropping by to my stream and witnessing this very tear-jerking story of PGR. It was quite an experience, and seeing her in the screen just makes you even more. It just pinches my heart like really good. So, yeah. Anyway, you guys have a good night or a good morning.